Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show in which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Sunday, November 23rd, 2025. Well, I started today a bit later than I thought I might. I changed the start time from 11 a.m. Pacific to 1 p.m. Pacific. And at least part of the reason for that was because I didn't get enough sleep when I first woke up. Sometimes I don't get a full night's sleep and I don't feel well rested. So then I want to go back to sleep later. And I wanted to feel rested when I was doing my live stream. So that was the reason for the delay. And I still didn't get a full night's sleep, even with the my little nap that I took after I woke up. Um, So I was thinking maybe today I will I'll try to do something very unusual if I get tired during the stream. I don't know if I'm going to get tired. That remains to be determined. But if I get tired partway into the stream, I thought maybe I would just take a nap. I can just turn off the stream or turn off my camera and mic for a while and take a long break. I don't know how long it would be. Sometimes I only need a few minutes, a little power nap. Other times I need a much longer nap, hour, 2 hours. But anyways, that's something I might want to experiment with. It gives me more flexibility if I don't think it's got to all be done in one chunk. If I can break it up into chunks, the live stream. So that's just a heads up on something that might happen. I don't know how long today's stream will be. It depends to a large extent on you all out there. So if I get some really good conversations, debates, discussions, then I have an incentive to go for longer. So this is an interactive show, and I like a lot of my content to be driven by the topics that you all raise. So I encourage you to participate in the chats or by calling in. And I have pinned the call-in info in the YouTube chat. There's a Zoom link as well as a phone number you can use. So there are a few ways you can participate in the show. And thanks for any likes on the stream. I always appreciate those. And let me take a look at the chat right now, see if there have been any chatters yet for today. Oh, I see we've got uh, Jonathan Hoenig, who comes up under the YouTube handle CP Milken. He says, "Great to see you, Dan." Nice to see you as well, Jonathan. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I've seen Jonathan on maybe one or two live streams before. He's often on the ARC UK channel, Ayn Rand Center UK. At least that's where I usually see him, if I see him on YouTube. He is a hedge fund manager, I believe, based in Chicago. So nice to have you here. And Milken, I guess he was the, I don't know much about him, but I've heard Yaron Brook talk about Michael Milken. He um, had some kind of innovation, and maybe it was the 1980s, selling junk bonds, so-called. I don't really know what those were, um, but that's all I know about Milken, Michael Milken. He was, well, I guess I know a little more. He was prosecuted in by um, Rudy Giuliani, I think, back in the 80s. I think maybe he was even incarcerated for a while. And I remember hearing Yaron Brook, another objectivist podcaster, for anyone who doesn't know, talking about how um, horrible it was that Giuliani treated Milken in the way he treated him. I guess what he was doing should have been legal. He wasn't violating anyone's rights. Yet I guess maybe he was breaking some kind of finance regulations, finance rules, financial rules. I think the financial industry is heavily regulated, in the banking industry more so than most industries, I think. That and the healthcare industry, maybe those are the most regulated industries. Um, but I would guess Jonathan knows a lot more about Milken and the financial regulations. So that's something we can talk about if you're all interested in that. Feel free to raise any topics. I have some topics on my background here, which might stimulate some ideas for you, things we could talk about. Um, so comments are welcome, questions are welcome, or if you just want to say hi, that's also definitely welcome. So sometimes I will just talk about what I've been reading if I don't have any chats to engage with. So I could give you a little reading update right now. One of the things I've most recently been reading about is the Biden administration, and so the Wikipedia article on the Biden presidency is divided into various parts, and I just finished the part on domestic affairs, and then after that is the foreign policy section. So I just finished the domestic affairs section, and in that there's a subsection on the topic of immigration, and that was particularly interesting to me. So I dug into that one a bit more, and it led me to go back in time and research some of what happened during the first Trump presidency with regard to immigration. And I read about how Trump declared a national emergency in 2019. And I'm still not entirely clear on the details of exactly why he did it then, but I think it might have had something to do with it was the only way for him to get budgeting for his border wall because he made this famous promise that he was going to have a wall built on the southern border and between the US and Mexico and have Mexico pay for it. And I guess I don't know if there was part of a wall was already built long before Trump. I think back in the 90s, the 1990s, at least a section of wall was built between San Diego and Tijuana, just across the border from San Diego, and it was called the Tortilla Wall. I guess because they eat tortillas in Mexico. Um, and so there was a wall long before Trump. I guess that was either in the Clinton or maybe the Bush senior administration that wall was built. And there were other little sections of wall that were built along the border. The entire border is something like 1,900 miles, and a big chunk of that is the Rio Grande River, separating Texas from Mexico, and that forms a natural border. But then from El Paso in western Texas, the western tip of Texas, going westward to the Pacific Ocean, that's all land, um, and that's where there's, I guess, more of a need for a wall since there's not a natural barrier like a river. And in parts of that border, like in Nogales, Arizona, for instance, there was some wall built, and I think maybe in some other border towns. So there were pieces of wall that were already in place long before Trump. But I guess Trump wanted to extend the wall and make it complete, and that was one of his campaign promises. But I guess he didn't have the funding needed to build the wall. Uh, and I don't know, like if part of the wall was built in the first half of his term, but there was still remaining wall to be built, and he needed more funding for the wall. In any case, I don't think he was able to get congressional approval to fund the wall that he had promised. And so he figured a way to get the funding he needed was to declare a national emergency. And once you do that, you get special powers which you don't normally have. So things which you might normally need congressional approval for, you can get without congressional approval. And I think he was trying to funnel money from various projects that funding had already been allocated to, and then diverting those funds to the project of building the wall. So I was reading about all that, and I'm still not at all entirely clear on all the details of how it worked. Um, but that's what I was in the middle of reading just this morning, and I'd like to continue learning about that. And it was challenged in court. So I think both Republicans and Democrats um, criticized Trump doing this, declaring this national emergency, and saying it was a power grab and it was defying the Constitution. And um, some court cases were filed against Trump to try to stop him from doing this. And I think there were at least temporary stops on it called injunctions. But I think some of the injunctions might have been um, overturned. So I don't know what the status of it is. I don't know if it's still being decided in the courts or what. But anyways, Trump did not complete building his wall, let alone having Mexico pay for it by the time he left office in 2021. And then once Joe Biden came into office, he canceled the project of building the wall. Although later, I think a couple years later, in 2023, midway through Biden's term, there was some funding left over for this project of building the wall, and he used some of that funding to build some more sections of the wall. So I think even though Biden can't canceled the wall building program at first, later into his term, I think he did build at least a little more of it. But then once Trump came back into office for his second term, he canceled Biden's cancellation of his wall building projects. Um, and I haven't read about the details of it, but I do know he canceled Biden's cancellation. So, anyways, that's a little reading update on part of what I've been reading since my last stream. All right, taking a look back at the chat here, I see another one from Jonathan. He asks, "Why is capitalism so out of fashion?" All right. Well, let me see. What can I say about that? Well, the answer that Ayn Rand often gave is that the morality of altruism undermines the case for capitalism. And until you get rid of altruism, you are not going to be able to put capitalism on a firm foundation, because capitalism is based on self-interest, pursuing your well-being, your own happiness, pursuing profits, the profit motive that is central to capitalism. But you might think that's selfish, and a lot of people do think that's selfish and that selfishness is bad. So as long as you have a negative opinion of selfishness or pursuing your self-interest or egoism, then it doesn't really make sense to support a system which um, which enables egoism, enables people to pursue profits, get rich, live wealthy, prosperous, enjoyable lives, enjoy themselves, have absolute individual rights to their property, their life, their property. So, um, but if you're convinced that you should sacrifice your self-interest, then that you really don't have a firm grounding to uphold something like individual rights. Individual rights are selfish or egoistic, right? They're to benefit you and allow you to live a good life, um, make the most out of your life. But if the point of life is not to make the most out of your life, if it's to sacrifice yourself, then on what grounds can you uphold individual rights? It's um, it's not clear that there are any grounds for individual rights and rights to life, liberty, and property if your goal is just to be a selfless servant of others. And sometimes conservatives will argue that, well, actually, capitalism is compatible with altruism, the idea that you should live for others because capitalism produces the most wealth. And so if you want to serve others, we should have a capitalist system. Um, but you shouldn't, people should be allowed to voluntarily decide whether or not to help others. They shouldn't be forced to help others. They should still help others. That should be the goal. We're not disagreeing with altruism. This is what conservatives will say. It is proper. Altruism is a good morality. Um, but to serve others, for it to really be serving others, you have to be doing it voluntarily, not just be forced to give away your earnings to others or have it redistributed. But to that, I think one could say, well, isn't it selfish for you to want to have um, preserve to yourself the right to decide how your money is spent? Uh, isn't it more selfless, more self-sacrificial for you to submit to others' judgments and give up the right to decide how your money is spent, to allow yourself to be coerced? That's more self-destructive, self-sacrificial than selfishly hanging on to the right to decide how your money is given to others. You want to be the one who decides what charities you support, for instance, but that's selfish, right? Why not give up the right to decide and let others decide how your money is spent? That's even more selfless than giving your money away, is allowing others decide for you how your money is given away. So I don't think well, the conservatives' argument that altruism is consistent with capitalism at least faces this objection. Um, so I would like to hear a conservative answer this sort of objection. So if they think it's really good to be following a morality of self-sacrifice, well, um, being self-sacrificing goes much deeper than just giving away your physical property. It goes to your ownership of your mind, your own judgment. If you give that up and surrender that to others, that's a much deeper, more meaningful kind of sacrifice. And so um, I think really to be consistent with the morality of self-sacrifice, you have to give up your own judgment as to how your money is spent. And then that means, what basis is there for individual rights, for um, protecting an individual's ability to decide for himself how he chooses to live? And isn't it much more self-sacrificing to allow yourself to be made a slave to others rather than preserving this ability to decide for yourself how to act? So that's a ethical reason or ethical answer to Jonathan's question as to why capitalism is so out of fashion. There's more I could say, but I see some other, and maybe I will say, but let me just first look at these comments from Bixby BR. Let me share this chat also on my screen. I think Bixby, your screen name used to be different, but YouTube recently has been showing your YouTube handles instead of your YouTube names. So I don't recall what your name is. You can remind me if you want. You don't have to. But okay, now you should be able to see the chat on the screen on my shared screen. Okay, so Bixby, I guess I'll just call him Bixby for short. Says great topic. I don't know if you're talking about the immigration topic I was discussing before or the topic of why capitalism is out of fashion, but maybe your next comments will shed light on that. Okay, and then you say, I believe with that there is also the misunderstanding most people have about capitalism itself, the meaning of it. Yes, yes, that's a good point. So if you, well, then I guess what would be out of fashion is the straw man of capitalism, not capitalism itself. So if we discuss what people sometimes take to be capitalism, like the U.S. today, and all the problems that exist in society today, like homelessness or problems in the healthcare industry, super complicated healthcare bills, um, and lack of innovation in the healthcare industry, um, financial crises like in 2008. If people think that the U.S. is a capitalist society and they see all these problems, then that will be a reason they have a negative opinion of capitalism. So I think people need to be taught the true meaning of capitalism, that it's a far cry from what we have today. So Social Security, Medicare, that these are huge government programs which are anti-capitalist. And because they violate the principle of individual rights, which capitalism is based on, they force people to fund other people's retirements or health care. And there's also education, public education. So we have these massive billion-dollar or even trillion-dollar government programs which coerce people to fork over their money to sustain them. And we end up with very poor quality education systems and much worse healthcare system than we could have. Um, Yet a lot of these problems are blamed on capitalism. So yes, it's a good point that we have to teach people, or people need to learn what capitalism truly is. And then they might have a different opinion of it. They still might run into the problem of I was first discussing with altruism. So even if you do teach people what capitalism truly is, there could still be some resistance to it coming from the altruist morality. So you also have to teach people about ethics and morality and get them to understand what altruism really is and what egoism really is. All right, Bixby says, yes, this is my teenage gamer tag used when I first created my channel. But I'm wondering what your other name is, because you had a name before, I think, which was entirely different from Bixby BR. That's what I'm trying to remember, and maybe you can remind me what it was. Unless I'm misremembering, maybe your normal screen name was also Bixby BR. You say capitalism is out of fashion. Oh, that was the topic. You said it was a great topic. It's a great topic since I hear every day people blaming capitalism about everything, right? Yeah, that's a big part of what I do on my channel. I have a video titled "What is Capitalism?" in which I try to explain Ayn Rand's understanding of what capitalism is. What we have today is a mixed economy. That's that's how Ayn Rand describes it, and I think it's a good description because we have a mixture of freedom and coercion. It's not a totalitarian society like Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia under Stalin, where there's virtually no freedom. We do have a great deal of freedom, like freedoms of speech, for instance. I'm using it right now to say, to promote a controversial set of ideas. And we have some amount of control over our property. There is still some private property. We don't, there hasn't been an abolition of private property as communists would like. Um, we have to give away some of our incomes, a large hunk of it, but a large hunk of it we don't have to give away. We can keep. So the top tax bracket, I don't know what it is now, somewhere around 50% for the income tax, depending on how much you make, because we have a progressive, so-called progressive income tax. But it's still not complete authoritarianism or dictatorship. So um, we're in a mixed sort of society where there's a lot of coercion, but there's still also a lot of freedom. So I think mixed economy is a good name for it. And there's never been a fully free economy, although the closest the world has ever gotten to it maybe was the late 19th century when there were um, not many regulations. There were some, but not nearly as many as there are today. And income tax was temporarily uh, passed in the Civil War, but then I think it disappeared for a while, and yeah, I guess it permanently came back with the 16th Amendment, I believe, in the sometime in the 1910s. But in the late 19th century, I think the government was mostly funded by tariffs, or maybe throughout the 19th century, funded by tariffs rather than taxes. So there were little or no income taxes for much of the 19th century. That is the 1800s. And tariffs also are not good. They also involve coercion. Um, so the the country there should be free trade. The government shouldn't force people to pay extra on imports. That's a violation of their rights. So um, the U.S. has never been fully free, but it was much closer to fully free, at least in the economic realm, in the late 19th century. And that was a period of tremendous growth and progress. And the US was a magnet for people around the world. There were millions of immigrants who were attracted to the United States. And I think we would have been much better off today had we stuck to the principles that were guiding the country back in those days. We'd be much further ahead. Maybe we would have flying cars by now and live longer, healthier lives. But let's keep trying to make it as good as we can. I should switch this to live chat because sometimes chats don't appear unless I have selected live chat. All right, I don't think I missed any. The last chat says from Bixby says exactly. I'm still waiting until students in high school start reading Ayn Rand and Mises. Haha. Well, I still haven't read Mises. I would like to read Mises, but I have a huge reading list already. I don't know when I'm ever going to get time to read Mises, Ludwig von Mises, who I maybe Ayn Rand thought was the best economist. At least Yaron Brook said that recently on a show. I think he said that he regards Ludwig von Mises as the greatest economist. There are problems with other parts of his worldview, his philosophy, but as far as economics goes, Yaron thinks he's the greatest. And maybe Ayn Rand also shared that view. I don't, I'm, I doubt she read as widely as Yaron did in economics because economics was is closer to Yaron's field than Ayn Rand. She was more of a philosopher, novelist, whereas Yaron is in finance. But I did notice that Ayn Rand cites von Mises more than any other economist in her book Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. Or at least the book cites von Mises more than any other economist. There are some other authors like Alan Greenspan who contributed some essays to that book. So I don't know where all the citations come from, but I do think that more works by von Mises are cited in that collection of essays by Ayn Rand than any other economist. He's part of the Austrian School of Economics. And I remember Yaron saying he also likes some of the Chicago School of Economics. I think Milton Friedman is part of that. I'm not sure exactly what the relation is between those two, the Austrian school and the Chicago school. Maybe some of you know. All right, Bixby says, I think so. They used to chat, I believe, back in the days. Oh, you mean von Mises and Rand? Yeah, I heard that they had a dinner, and there might have been one other person there, maybe Henry Hazlitt, because I think Yaron mentioned on his show recently that there was a dinner between Ayn Rand, von Mises, and I think the third person might have been Henry Hazlitt, and he said he would have loved to be sitting at that dinner and listening to the conversation. All right. I'm just taking a look at my analytics. All right, so I got some more likes on the stream. Thanks for that. Does anyone else want to raise a topic in the chat or call in? You can help save my voice if you call in because I can only talk for so long. I think my voice will give out after about maybe 3 hours. But if I have someone else to do some of the talking, then I can last longer. Okay, so I guess until I get some new chats, I could also tell you about some of the other things I've been reading. I have also continued my reading of the Bible. I finished the book of Judges. That is the seventh book of the Bible, which discusses the period after Joshua dies. So Joshua leads the Israelites into Canaan and conquers Canaan, or at least much of it. And then after he dies, there are a series of leaders called judges, and the Israelites disobey God and they start worshiping false gods, allegedly false gods. And then God gets angry and he allows some remnants of a previously existing tribe in the area to attack and conquer the Israelites. And then the Israelites feel repentant and they find their way back to God, and or I guess God's they they ask for pity and they want God to have mercy on them, and then he finally relents and he delivers them from their destroyers by sending some leader or judge to save them from their attackers. And then the cycle repeats. Then the Israelites become disobedient again, and then they get punished by getting attacked and defeated again. And then they become repentant and they call for a new leader who leads them back to victory. And there's many cycles of this. And I think how long does it go on for? Maybe I have it on my in a book here. Oh, it says 271 years, according to this wall chart I have. It shows how long each book of the Bible lasts, and the book of Judges is 271 years. So I guess the cycle went on for that long. So I completed that book, and then I read the next book, the eighth book called the Book of Ruth, which tells the story of David's ancestors. So eventually, these temporary leaders or judges get replaced by a monarchy, and the monarchy is discussed in, I think, starting in the book of Samuel. There's two books of Samuel, and the first king, the first monarch is Saul, and then following him is David. So those are the ones I believe who I will read about next once I get to the books of Samuel. So that's where I'm up to uh, in my reading of the Bible. All right, see, we got a few more chats here. Would highly Bixby says, would highly recommend Mises. His approach to economics is purely philosophic, making it so interesting to read. Okay. Yeah, I would like to read them. I just need to find time. So I've spent a lot of time over the last year. My main reading focuses have been the history of England, the history of early America, the Bible, and then more contemporary America. Like I said, I was reading about the Biden presidency and the Trump presidency. So those have been my main focuses. Um, so I don't know when when I'm ever when if ever I am going to try to fit in some Mises or maybe economics more broadly. I've already got what could be a lifetime or maybe many lifetimes of reading to do, but maybe my motivation will shift in a way such that I decide to focus on economics. We'll see. To be determined. All right, I see another person has just joined the chat. Blorb, blorb, blorb. And I went to his channel just to take a quick look because I usually like to go to the channel if it's a new person. Well, actually, I should check out Bixby's channel too because maybe that'll show the other name that I remembered. Oh, Rubs. Okay, that's your name on your that's the name that shows up on your channel. Oh, Bixby Brazil. I also see that. Maybe that means you're from Brazil. Okay. in Blorb's name on when I go to his channel shows up as being Artie Choke. So I guess it's a joke name. And let's see. He says many of current Palestinian families descend from the previous civilizations, Israelite, Canaanite, etc. The revealed text has no relevance to the current material reality. It's a nice thought exercise, though. So, how did you hear about my channel, Blorb? JWAS CrossFit says you should read Mises. Bixby says, was born in Brazil. I'm currently located in Ontario, Canada, unfortunately. Hmm. I wonder why you say unfortunately. JWAS CrossFit says, I agree with what Bixby said. Very philosophical and enjoyable. Okay. Jason Adams is here. Hi, Jason. Says he's just dropping by for a bit. I have read Henry Hazlitt's book, Economics in One Lesson, or at least part of the book. I think I've read about half of it many years ago, and I really enjoyed that. I would like to at least finish reading that book someday. All right, so those, let's see, have I read? I think I covered the main reading topics I've done since my last stream. Yeah, the Bible, and then Biden presidency, Trump presidency, as it relates to immigration. Um, I don't know if this blurb person is real or a troll. Well, I mean, I guess those aren't mutually exclusive. You could be both. But I went to when I went to his channel, it shows that his account was created just yesterday, and I think that sometimes that's a sign that's someone who has been blocked has created a troll account. If it's a very recently created account. He says he looked up coconuts and I came up on a video, Coconut Islands. I wonder if this is Darwin again, coming back under like his sixth or seventh alt sock puppet account. Maybe it is. I don't know if you all know the lore, but there was a chatter, and so he eventually called in a few times, who went by the screen name of Darwin, who early on, I don't know, if in the maybe the first few months of my show, so going back to like maybe April, May, June, around there, who I eventually blocked because he was being rude. But then I think he created a bunch of fake accounts and he kept coming back under different names. And here's another person whose account was created just yesterday. Um, and the kind of topics he raises, I see similarities in the topics that come up. When I see certain topics come up, they make me think of certain people because certain people have pet topics they like to discuss, and I'm already starting to see some signs of that here. So I think this might just be yet another sock puppet account from Darwin. So I don't know if I should, maybe I should just ignore his. I mean, I could say things about these comments that are being made here, but I don't want to, if it is Darwin, I don't want to, I want to block him again. And so maybe I'll just ignore it for now and give it some time and uh, wait for more evidence to come in so that it seems to confirm or disconfirm the idea that this person is Darwin. All right, well, let me look at some of these other chats. Uh, Jason says, I like a good pina colada. Mai Tai is my favorite. John Wayne is here. Hi, John. He says, Internet is filled with weird schizos obsessed with people, topics, things. In this case, maybe you. Yeah, maybe I am a subject of Darwin's obsession. I think I've counted like at least six different accounts that I think are his. I created a list because it was hard to keep track of them all. I have a file where I was listing all the trolls that I was blocking. There's been a lot of trolls that I think are not Darwin. There's been 1 or 2 days in particular where I had a lot of trolls show up. Actually, I was doing a show on Trump one day, and it was the show after I did a show on Nick Fuentes. So I think I might have gotten in the algorithm of a bunch of groypers because I had a bunch of people coming by and saying racist things on my chat one day when I was talking about Trump. Um, so I'm sure there's a lot of those people, but Darwin is a different kind of troll, or I don't know if troll is the right term, but um, a different type of person. He raises a different set of topics, not the Groyper sort of topics. But um, yeah, I thought maybe he's obsessed. Maybe that would be. I mean, I don't want him here, given the way he's been acting. So, but he keeps coming back. I think. I mean, assuming I'm right. Um, oh, I was going to take a look at my. Hi, Simon. Simon just showed up in the chat. I was just going to pull up my file where I have all my to see how many sock puppet accounts of Darwin I counted. Oh, actually, I think it's up to seven now. Yeah, I just looked at my list and I see seven accounts that I think are Darwin. And so I guess this one today is the eighth, if it is the same person. Let me close some of my, I got too many windows open. I've got like one, two. Oh, that reminds me, that window I just had open. Maybe I'll mention that in a second. Oh, maybe there's only a couple of windows. Yeah, so I was telling you about the border wall between the US and Mexico, between San Diego and Tijuana. And actually, let me pull that up. There was people built tunnels to try to get underneath it. So that was one interesting thing. So I don't know that you can that a wall is really effective. You can just, if you don't have a complete wall, you can just go around the wall, or you could go under the wall through a tunnel, or you could go over the wall, um, not just by climbing it on a ladder, but apparently someone shot themselves over as a like a human cannonball. At least there's an anecdote. I don't know if this is a true story, but maybe I'll share this screen for a little bit. Okay, so here's the article on Wikipedia about the tortilla wall, which is the 14-mile section of wall um, between San Diego and Mexico, Tijuana. And there's this section here about anecdotal wall stories. Tunnels under the wall are still a common way to illegally cross the border. Some tunnels are quite sophisticated. One such tunnel, created by smugglers, ran from Tijuana to San Diego, was half a mile long and included a concrete floor as well as electricity. Other tunnels have included steel rails, while some tunnels are simply dirt passageways or connect to sewer or drain systems. As a stunt, a circus cannon was placed on the south side of the wall, and an acrobat was blasted over the wall into the Borderfield State Park in the US. He had his passport with him. Cannonball Man flies over border. All right, I'm gonna have to look that up later. Maybe that was a true story. 2005? I hope he had something soft to land on, but that's all right. Okay, back to the chat, which I will share again. Simon says, "Did you guys reach a conclusion with the guy from last week about objectivism being consequentialist or not? I had to leave for a work meeting." Did we? I don't remember. So you're referring to Leighton Preon, who is sometimes in my chat, and he called in last show, and we first were talking about whether politicians should lie in order to protect rights. Like, for instance, should they be willing to defame AOC in order to get her thrown in jail, for instance, because she's pushing socialist policies, and those policies violate rights, for instance, minimum wage laws. Um, and Leighton Preon was arguing, yes, it's appropriate or, to lie, cheat, do whatever you need to do, defame, if the target is someone who is violating rights, a politician who is violating rights. And I wasn't entirely comfortable with that, and I'm still not entirely comfortable with that. I think it might have amounted to endorsing political violence. I think if what I have thought is that as long as there is some peaceful means to affect positive change, you should use those means. So um, maybe if we were in a totalitarian society, then it would be justified to use violence against your political opponents. But we're not, as I was saying before, right now we're in a mixed economy. There are still avenues open to us to affect the kind of social change, political change that we want, if we want to make the society more capitalists, closer to the sort of society Ayn Rand envisions, there are still ways that we can do that. We can do it like what I'm doing right now. I mean, I'm using my free speech to try to spread ideas, which I hope will affect how people think about things, give people a new way to think about those things, and then as a result, they will act differently once they go in a voting booth and they have politicians to vote for. If I can convince people of certain ideas, or if Ayn Rand can, if I can point people to Ayn Rand, then she can convince people of certain ideas, then their behavior when it comes to voting will change, and then they can vote for politicians who are more in alignment with her ideas, and then eventually they can bring about the sort of society they want. So those avenues are still open to us. It's a long range proposition, right? It's not going to happen overnight. Maybe it'll take decades. Don't even know if it'll happen in our lifetimes. But I think we can at least make some progress, steps in those directions. But Prion was saying, I think even now, even when we do have these alternative avenues open to us, alternatives to violence, in his view, he says violence. I think I don't want to strawman him, but I think he would say anything is appropriate, maybe even including violence. Although he did put this caveat in front of all of that, like we're only talking hypothetically, maybe because he didn't want to be. He was concerned of being censored or advocating for something which he could get in trouble for. I don't want to do that either. So he might have couched all of his thoughts in the form of a hypothetical, but at least hypothetically speaking, he was, if you can make sense of that, he was in favor of doing anything to get rid of your political opponents if those political opponents are violating rights. Now, I think that some people were saying that his view amounted to a sort of consequentialism. And so then, well, actually, maybe before we got to that, we were discussing anarchy some and whether it's appropriate to take the law into your own hands. And um, yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure this is Darwin again. I see some more chats, so I think I'm just going to block them. I'm just reading some of this before I block. Yeah, it definitely sounds like Darwin. Okay, he's gone. So that was, I think that was sock puppet number 8. I told sock puppet number 7 to call in last time, but he didn't, because that was a way I could use to confirm his identity. Because he's called in my show, I think at least 3 times before, months ago. So I know his voice. So if he calls in, then he will reveal his voice. And I told him in 2 past shows to call in when he was actually in my chat. And both times he did not call in. So um, I think that adds some evidence to my hypothesis that this is Darwin and he's probably just trying to hide behind another identity. All right, so oh yeah, I was talking about consequentialism. Yeah, so that came up in the discussion with Prion, latent Prion. Um, I was just looking at this. Jason wrote a chat. Interesting. Miss Rand has always mentioned giving people time to get used to things. Why would this be the first time hearing such a thing from Dan? It's odd. Yeah, I think it would be way too coincidental for Blorb to be saying the things he was saying without being the same guy. So yeah, I guess maybe my antenna is becoming more refined, so I can more quickly pick up on the clues I need in order to block. So where was I? Yes, consequentialism. So some people in the chat were saying maybe Prion is a consequentialist because he had a kind of means or ends justify the means attitude. All that matters is the consequences. It doesn't matter what means you use to get there. They could be any kind of means, lying, cheating, defaming. Um, so I think that's why the issue of consequentialism came up. And then we discussed whether objectivism was a form of consequentialism, whether in particular, whether ethical egoism is a form of consequentialism. And Prion was arguing that it is. And I'm not sure. Um, I do recall Greg Salmieri, an objectivist philosopher, arguing that it's not. So I had pulled up on screen a post that Greg wrote uh, many years ago explaining why objectivism is not consequentialist. But I can't say I really understood Greg's position. I'm not, so I don't say, I don't think he's wrong, but I also wouldn't say I'm in a position now to say he's right. So maybe right now, I guess I'd say I'm agnostic on the issue. I haven't looked into consequentialism much. It's not something I studied much when I was in school, in grad school. So I don't feel like I have a very good understanding of it. Um, but I guess that's less important than the underlying ideas. So consequentialism is a label for a viewpoint. So let's just talk about the viewpoint apart from the label. Can't we do that? So if we can make the viewpoint clear, just like with selfishness, right? That's a label. And you might think that is or is not a good label for Ayn Rand's viewpoint, the underlying ideas that you should live for yourself. But I think you can just talk about the ideas apart from the label. So, um, is it right that only consequences matter, um, or not? I mean, is that, I don't want to straw man consequentialism. I don't know if that's what consequentialism would say. I guess we could research that on stream now if you all were interested. Um, but anyways, just to at least give a short answer to Simon, um, he asked, "Did you reach a conclusion from that discussion about objectivism being consequentialism or not?" I can only speak for myself, and for myself, no, I did not reach a conclusion. I feel like I need to look into it more before deciding whether that label applies to objectivism. But, maybe other people felt they left the conversation with a different conclusion. But that's where I stand. All right. Got a few more chats here. Bixby says, you either harm private property or you don't, in my opinion. Harming equals wrong. Also, isn't consequentialism the same as utilitarianism? I don't think so. Again, I think utilitarianism is one form of consequentialism. Now, let me just put on the disclaimer again that I'm not an expert on this, but my very amateurish understanding of it is that utilitarianism is just one form of it, and ethical egoism is another, maybe. Where so the difference would be the relevant consequences for utilitarianism would be the consequences on everyone. So if the idea of utilitarianism is that you should try to maximize the utils in the universe or the greatest good of the greatest number, that's a slogan that they sometimes use, then it's not that you should be primarily concerned with your own utils or utility or self-interest or happiness. There are various terms you could use. You should be concerned with the well-being of the universe at large, or all the sentient beings in the universe at large, all the things that can experience pleasure and pain. You have to take all of them into the account, past, uh, maybe not past, but present and future beings. And you want to maximize the pleasure in the universe and minimize the pain. Whereas on an egoistic framework, you can think of it as just maximizing your own pleasure or happiness and minimizing your own suffering or pain. But uh, both of them, you're concerned about, you evaluate an action as good or bad depending on some consequence that is brought about, namely pleasure. We can just use that term in a very loose sense. We could put it as pleasure or happiness if you like. But that's the aim. That's the consequence that we should try to bring about, either for the universe at large, sentient beings in the universe as a whole, or for ourselves. But in either case, it's some kind of consequence that we're aiming at. And we judge an action as good or bad depending on whether it brings that consequence about. Now, if you have a duty ethics or a deontological ethics, then you don't judge an action based on its consequences. You just you judge it based on its conformity with the duty. So you do your duty because it's your duty, not because it brings about some kind of effect. And I think this is the view that's most associated with Kant and the history of philosophy. You just have these moral duties, and you're supposed to act on them just because they are your duties. Now, whether it makes sense to say they're your duties, I don't think it does, but that's the viewpoint, or at least I think that's how Ayn Rand reads Kant. So it doesn't matter what the consequences are. Like lying, I think, is one case which is sometimes brought up. Even if lying has consequences that are bad, you shouldn't do it. Like, I don't know if Kant would say you should tell the truth to a kidnapper who asks you if you have any kids. Um, I think this is often brought up as an objection to Kant. Things that you might think seem crazy to do would be required by Kant's categorical imperative, this exceptionless rule that you have to tell the truth. Um, but anyways, the way I think of ethical egoism and utilitarianism, it seems to make sense to me to think of them as different forms of consequentialism. But Greg argues that egoism is not that. And I don't want to just dismiss his argument out of hand, but right now I don't really understand his arguments. I wonder if it has something to do with the idea that virtues. I think he argues it in one essay. I think it might be titled "Selfish Regard for Others" in the third volume of the Ayn Rand Studies philosophical series. um, where he argues that there's this false dichotomy between seeing values as intrinsic or instrumental versus intrinsic. And I think he tries to reconceptualize values as being constitutive of a good life. And it's been a while since I've read this essay, so I can't do justice to it now. But I think the way he frames values in that essay might be the sort of framing one needs to understand in order to understand why he doesn't see objectivism as consequentialist. But it's kind of woozy in my mind as to how this all would work out. But that's that's a hypothesis right now that maybe what he argues in that essay about the nature of values is key to understanding why he sees objectivism as not being consequentialist. So that's just something I'd have to look into more to really understand. All right. See, we got a few more chats here from Simon and Bixby. Simon says, I think consequentialism is a tense term, which is why there are different standards for the good. Maybe I should bring up my notes page so I can type out some of the things I was saying. Bixby says, didn't Ayn Rand say that Kant was the worst person alive or something like that? Not alive, sorry. That has lived. And then Simon says, the most evil man in mankind's history. Yeah, something like that. The most evil man in history. Right. Which would mean more evil than even Stalin and Hitler, because he was the one who made them possible by undercutting reason. He wrote his work, The Critique of Reason, in 1781 was the A edition, and then it came out in the B edition in 1787. And in the preface to the B edition, he included his famous line, I have found it necessary to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith, something like that. So I think he was trying to save religion from the assault it was under during the Enlightenment. And once you throw out reason, then you allow in all kinds of irrationality, then ultimately you get the horrors of the 20th century. So the 19th century was full of irrationalism in German philosophy, and you had philosophers like Hegel endorsing contradictions of some sort. Anyways, he had his idea that there was a thesis and then the antithesis, and then they combine in a synthesis to form a new thesis, and then there's this whole historical process. I can't give you a good explanation of Hegel's philosophy, um, but um, there was this increasingly irrationalist strain in Western philosophy following Kant, and Ayn Rand argues that this irrationalism eventually led to the communists and the Nazis coming to power. So What exactly are the steps by which that happens? Well, I think a great book to read on this is Leonard Peikoff's book. I guess the best book to read. He has a book uh, called The Ominous Parallels, which came out, I believe, in 1982, shortly after Ayn Rand died. And he traces the philosophical origins of the Nazis. And he also shows the parallels, the ominous parallels between the philosophy that gave rise to the Nazis and the philosophy that was becoming increasingly prominent in the United States. So that's the reason that I think Ayn Rand regarded Kant as the most evil man in history. Um, it was a based comment, says Simon. Rand's comment that Kant was the most evil man in history. When you fracture reality by undermining reason, you can't be a good guy. I think she says, or Leonard Peikoff says, or maybe both say somewhere that there can be no honest revolt against reason. So on Kant's view, we're cut off from reality. We can't perceive or know true reality. We can only know the phenomenal, what he called phenomenal reality or the phenomenal realm, not the noumenal realm, which was true reality, because our mind has these distorting categories, he called them, which prevent us from knowing the way reality is in itself, the way it really is in itself. We can only be aware of reality as it's been processed by our distorting minds, the distorting categories in our minds. So we can't really know true reality. And then I think later philosophers gave up the idea that there even was a noumenal realm. If we have no access to it, if we can never know it, then why should we even speak of it? Why not think that all there is the phenomenal realm? All there is consciousness. You could put it that way, I guess. But there is no existence independent of consciousness. In Hegel, I think actually he was an idealist. I think that's what idealism is. The idea that everything is just fundamentally mental. And I think German idealism was a major trend in Western philosophy following Kant. And then later you get the pragmatists, people like William James, C.S. Peirce, and I think they were I don't know those figures very well, but I think they were a reaction to the German idealists, and they were a distinctively American sort of philosophy. And let's try to get away from this crazy German idealism stuff. Let's come back down to the concrete worlds and deal with reality pragmatically. Let's be practical. I think that was sort of captures their mindset. Um, but but they construed being practical or as doing what works in a kind of short range way as involving rejecting principles and broad abstractions. But you need abstractions and principles to deal with reality. That's our means of dealing with reality. So it's you're not going to succeed if the way you think of being practical is to dispense with abstractions or wide principles and deal with each situation that comes up on a case by case basis without the guidance of principles. But abstractions and principles have were attacked prior to Kant, actually, by Hume, because Hume, he and others as well. So there is a long history of philosophers who were nominalists about concepts or abstractions. They thought there was no objective basis for concepts. Concepts are just subjective, arbitrary constructs. And of course, principles are just built out of concepts. So if concepts have no secure tie to reality, then neither do principles. So there aren't really distinctively human tools left to deal with reality once you've gotten rid of concepts. So you might think the pragmatists, if they were following in the wake of Hume's ideas, they were doomed from the start. There's no way for them to be practical or for them to do what works without concepts, abstractions, principles. So, and those are elements of reason. Um, so there's no, I think a lot of the tools for arguing against an authoritarian um, just weren't available to the philosophers of the 20th century. I think it was one of the utilitarians, was it Bentham, who said he regarded rights as nonsense on stilts. Individual rights is a principle, but if you have no principles, then how can you support something like individual rights? All right. So, is there anything else you want to hear about? Questions, comments? Anyone want to call in? And it could just be a get to know you kind of conversation. We don't have to have a philosophical discussion or debate. I can just interview you, ask you some questions. Simon says, I got into a whole debate this week about the Izot gap and how Ayn Rand bridges it, but they kept defaulting on you. They kept defaulting on you can have normative claims that go to prescriptive claims. I wonder if there's a typo. Did you mean to say you can't have normative claims that come from prescriptive claims? Oh, normative. You can't go from normative to prescriptive. I wonder if you mean descriptive here. I think that's how it's usually put. Descriptive versus prescriptive. Because normative and prescriptive I think of as similar. like being the same sort of term, like prescribing meaning you should do such and such. And when you have norms, those are ideas that you should follow or rules that you should follow. So I think both normative and prescriptive, they go together. Okay, yeah, you clarify here. You say you meant descriptive. So yeah, so they keep defaulting on they say you can't go from descriptive to normative or from descriptive to prescriptive. Right. Yeah, I've talked about that some. Maybe I'll talk about that more now. But I just noted we got a new person here, John Stuart Mill C2T in the chat. Uh-oh. I just went to his account and I see it was created today. I wonder if that's Darwin's sock puppet number 9, trying to make himself look different by using John Stuart Mill this time. Is that you, Darwin? So the Izot gap. Yeah, I can show you his here it is. See, when I went to his channel, I clicked on this. You can see it was created today. So I think that's often a sign someone got blocked on an old account, so they got to create some new account in order to come back to my chat. My main channel has my real identity, so I made this one to join the chat. Okay, but sorry, no, just didn't want to use my personal account and give my name. Well, it's I wonder how you found my account. Like all the millions of channels on YouTube, and you stumbled across my channel today, the very day you happen to make your account. What are the odds of that happening? Right after I blocked someone else. It's seeming a little suspicious here, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll give it a little time, give you a benefit of the doubt. I made it because I saw it and wanted to enter chat. Okay. Well, I don't know if that's if you're just making stuff up. Do you know who Darwin is? John Stuart Mill? Mm. How did you hear about me, John Stuart Mill? See, the guy who I blocked before, he said he heard about me because he searched coconuts. Was that your Oh no, that was one of these. Oh yeah, Coconut Islands. So that's how he came across me. Recommended? You say you think Hayek and Mises are right and that they justify economic action as a social system. So are you a utilitarian? Is that the significance of John Stuart Mill? You say yes. All right. I'm thinking of what direction to go here. Oh, you say no, but I think he's very insightful. You're not a utilitarian, but you think Mill is insightful. Okay, I'm trying to think of whether I should go back to Simon's comments about the is oughts or talk about or try to engage here with this new person, John Stuart Mill. I'm just going to turn off my camera for a few seconds. Okay. Actually, I think I'm going to, something came up here. I'm going to take a little break here. I don't know, maybe 5, 10 minutes, and then I will come back and continue. But I invite you all to keep chatting, and I will catch up with you after a short break. Okay. Thanks for being here, and hope to see you later. Bye. All right, I am back. Okay, so there were a couple directions I thought we might go. Oh, I guess I have to change my screen name back. Oops, that was my phone, you might have heard. Yeah, let me change my screen name back on Zoom. There we go. Okay, so I was thinking maybe with this John Stuart Mill person, I should ask him to call in because remember, that's how, if this is Darwin, that might help me to determine whether it's Darwin because then I can hear his voice. So, and you can just use the call screening number, not the main number, not the Zoom number, which I can give you. I can give you that number if you're still here. Are you still here, John Stuart Mill? I guess in the meantime, I will go back to Simon's chats about the is and the ought, see if I have anything more to say about that. So, getting from the prescriptive or from the descriptive to the prescriptive. So, I've said on a previous stream that I think there's less of a distinction between fact and value than is often thought. And this parallels the, maybe it's not exactly the same as, but at least is similar to the issue of the descriptive and the prescriptive. Maybe I should share some notes here. Yeah, let me do that. Sunday, November 23rd, so I can keep track. I use the same Google Doc each time I stream for my notepad. Okay, so I can put this question, how do you get from facts to values? That's one way to put it. You could also put it as how do you get from descriptions to prescriptions? Or how do you get from is to ought? And I've thought maybe the key or one way to bridge this divide is to think about the phenomena, or the experiences of pleasure and pain. Because when you have pleasure or pain, you ex you experience them as good and as bad. That's what I think. You don't have an experience and then separately from it later you decide, is that good or bad? When you are licking that ice cream cone, you're experiencing as good right then. And that's actually the basis from which you get the idea of good from that experience. And when you scrape your knee, you fall and you scrape your knee on the pavement. You're a child, you're running and you fall down on the pavement and you scrape your knee. And that hurts. Well, that's a bad experience. You experience it as bad. It's not like you scrape the knee and then you think about it for a while and then half an hour later you decide, yeah, I guess that was bad. No, you experience it as bad in the moments right there. So, um, now there's a lot more you could say about how our concepts of good and bad evolve, but I think they start from these very simple pleasure pain experiences. And Ayn Rand says something like this, which if I think I can. Oh, actually, I got that very page up here on my Kindle Cloud Reader. I wanted to share that. This is a passage I've shared before. My screen looks frozen. Now it's unfrozen. Okay. This is from her essay, The Objectivist Ethics. In what manner does a human being discover the concept of value? By what means does he first become aware of the issue of good or evil in its simplest form? By means of the physical sensations of pleasure or pain. So I don't think there's a huge gap. I don't think there's any gap, actually. Like now you're experiencing facts, and then later you experience values. They're all part of one package, and later we can abstractly separate them out in our minds. Um, we can distinguish facts and values, but they come packaged together in our experience of the world in the form of pleasure and pain. And so there's no gap to begin with that has to be bridged. In this case, at least, we experience values directly. We don't have to infer them from facts. So, um, now maybe it's a little different. So that I was mostly focused on facts and values so far, but maybe it's a little different when you're talking about descriptions and prescriptions. Like, let's say it feels good, or the experience of tasting the ice cream cone, you experience it as good, but then what about the prescription that follows from that? Does it follow from that you should eat the ice cream cone? Um, Not necessarily. You have to think about the long run consequences. Like maybe you're on a diet Or maybe you have diabetes and you have to keep your sugar intake low. Um, so just because something gives you pleasure in the moment doesn't mean it's a good thing for you to do. But or that you ought to do it. We could use that language. Just because it feels good doesn't mean you ought to do it. So even if values and facts are not always distinct from each other, they come packaged together, that doesn't necessarily mean that the prescriptions come packaged in with the fact values. Maybe I should put that as a hyphenated term since they are like they come together as a package. Fact value, um, or maybe plural, facts values. No, facts values. So how do you get from this is a question I just thought of now. I've never thought in these terms before. How do you get from facts values to prescriptions? I wonder if that's a better question to ask. Maybe an easier one to answer than if you just formulate it as though there are no values that you directly experience. Let me come back to the chat for a moment, see if there's any new chats there. Oh, I don't see any new chats. And I do notice that John Stuart Mill has gone quiet. So maybe by asking him to call in, I made him realize that I've destroyed his cover. Maybe the only cover he has is to stay in the chat and not call in. This happened in the last stream too. When I asked him to call in, he went quiet and he didn't come back or he didn't say anything more. So that's how he's going to prove he's not this rude guy who I blocked. He's got to call in. So he could make an excuse like, but then that's like, I'm at work now. He said that once the first time I asked him to call in. But even after, I think he said he got off at work at 5 p.m. his time, which is 2 p.m. my time, and we're after 2 p.m. So, and it's on a weekend. So, but he was in my chat after 5 p.m. his time. So, um, but he still didn't call in, even though it was after 5 p.m. So, the more he doesn't call in when I ask him to call in, the more likely it seems that it's probably the same guy. Simon asks if he can call in. Yes, Simon, you can call in. I'm guessing you want to talk about the is-ought issue. Which which screen am I sharing now? If Simon calls in, this will be the first time he's called in. He says he'll call in a few minutes. Okay. Oh, why is that page showing up? I'm showing you my YouTube studio view. I thought I was sharing a different screen. I meant to go to, well, I guess I can, yeah, I can share that one for that YouTube studio page is the same window as the other page I wanted to share, my live stream notes. Yeah, this one. So I'm thinking if you have these experiences, if you experience things as good or as bad, like the ice cream cone and scraping your knee, does that provide a solution to the is-ought problem? Now, Ayn Rand does say that the there are no categorical imperatives like thou shalt do such and such, period. Rather, there are only hypothetical imperatives. Thou shalt do such and such if you want such and such consequence. Speaking of consequences, we were talking about consequences and consequentialism before. All right, I see Simon has entered the waiting room. So I'm going to let him in after. Oh, I guess just got to make sure my Zoom settings are correct. I don't know if Simon wants to do video or just audio. You can tell me in a moment. Okay, I got my Zoom settings correct, and I have admitted Simon, who should be able to unmute himself. Hello.
Hey Dan, how's it going?
Hey, going well. How are you?
Very good. I would do video, but I'm completely in the dark because I have to work in the dark. So,
Okay, that's fine.
but
So,
but yeah.
were you interested in talking about this is-ought issue or something else?
Oh yeah, we can go ahead with the is odd cap.
Okay. So, where how do you want to get into this? Was
I
there any
mean,
particular thought on it you wanted to share?
yeah, I mean this week when I was discussing it with some people, we kind of just got stuck on like the imperative. I think you just mentioned it, the imperative norms, and they were saying like yeah, we can't go from imperative and hypothetical norms to like being able to make those value judgments.
Yeah, imperative hypothetical norms. Well, there's some more terminology coming up there. I went back to my notes here. Can you see the notes that I'm sharing on screen?
Yeah, I can see them.
Okay, because I thought making some more notes might help me keep track of what's going on. So they were basically asking these sorts of questions. How do you get from facts to values or descriptions to prescriptions? Or um, is that what you were saying, or did they put it differently?
Yeah, basically they were just saying that you can get like prescriptive claims from like just descriptions.
Hmm.
And like my line of argumentation was just trying to argue like hypothetical norms. And like that's all they just kept saying. I mean, I tried, explaining like the causal relationships between, facts out there and, values only coming from life and the relationship between facts and life. And they just kept saying like, yeah, no, but those are just hypothetical. And then they just kept giving me examples as to like why that can't be the case because, if I choose not to live, then it basically obliterates everything that I'm saying. And I just didn't understand, this line of
Hmm.
logic that they were using.
Okay. So they were saying, I'm going to type this. Uh, if you don't choose to live, then none of your prescriptions apply.
Yeah, they kept saying like if death is the goal, then then death is a value, and then the things that are good for your death are it would be the good. And I'm like, no, but I don't think that can be because values only come about because of life. So to say like I'm volitionally taking like I'm going to have values that kill me. I mean, it kind of sounds like a contradiction to me.
Hmm. Simon's interlocutors say, if you don't choose to live, then none of your prescriptions apply. Well, that's how I put it. I put it that in my words. I don't know exactly. By prescriptions, I had in mind, for example, be honest, the things that make up Ayn Rand's ethical code, be rational. And then furthermore, they said if death is the goal, if you don't choose life, then death is a value, and things that lead to death are the good. Okay, so just a little background for anyone who's not familiar with Rand. She says that we have a basic choice to live or not. And if we choose to live, then we should do a variety of things, such as be productive, be honest, be rational. And those are moral virtues on her view. But morality is conditional upon making that primary choice to live. There's, they don't apply apart from that primary choice. And I think it will often be argued that that primary choice is an arbitrary choice. There's no basis for making that primary choice. And I've heard it sometimes characterized as a pre-moral choice rather than an arbitrary choice.
Yeah, I've heard, I mean, I think James Valiant, I don't know if you've heard his logic for it, but I think he explained it pretty well, where it's like the choice between life and death is a life of any value as opposed to zero values. So it's not a moral choice to say I'm going to have any value as opposed to no value because morality is about um, like the pursuit of values for your life. So he goes like if you're trying to decide whether or not you should pursue values or not, it's not it like the like it's not a it's a pre-moral choice.
Hmm. Yeah, I've heard something. I haven't heard him in particular say that, but I've heard that sort of thing said by objectivists. One line that came to mind, it was from Harry Binswanger, who said, "Death is not an alternative lifestyle." I think,
Yeah, I love that one.
and maybe I
Yeah,
should
I love that.
put that here. I can quote it
Yeah,
and attribute it to
I've
Harry.
quoted that one in a few clubhouse rooms and got a pretty good laugh out of that.
Yeah. So if you are going to choose values at all, then the only values that make sense to choose are pro-life values. Um, if you're choosing pro-death values or pro-non-life, then the only alternative is death because
Yeah,
either you're alive or dead. So if you're not choosing pro-life values, then you're necessarily choosing anti-life values. But then you're not going to be around to pursue them for very long, at least.
yeah.
So it's not like there is some alternative set of values you could pursue in the long run, at least if you're not choosing pro-life values. So,
I mean, even the way Rand like explains what a value is, it's something you act to gain or keep, right? So it's like, how long can you keep or continue to act pursuing death value, like values that promote death? Like that's just a contradiction in itself.
yeah, you would you weed yourself out of existence,
Yeah,
and organisms who do that would weed themselves out of the gene pool, and it's only the organisms that pursue life who would end up sticking around to pass their genes on. So pro-life begets more pro-life. I mean, it is different in the human case because we have the issue of choice, the faculty of volition. So the other non-human organisms, they automatically pursue life insofar as it's possible to them. They may fail, but they can't deliberately undercut their own lives. There are some certain cases, though, that might take a little thought to make sense of, like animals. This came up in a previous live stream. The mantises who, after they mate, the male is eaten by the female mantis. That's what I heard, anyways. So you might wonder, well, is this organism really pursuing its life if it's taking an action which leads to its death? But to that, I said something like, well, it's not tr deliberately trying to get itself killed. Um, if it knew in advance that by mating with the female mantis that it was going to be killed, then maybe it wouldn't do it. If it had the faculty to choose what to do, but I don't think they have the faculty of choice at all. But if we sort of project onto them a human psychology and we imagine that they know they're going to be eaten, then if they go ahead with the action that gets them eaten, we might say they're not acting in a pro-life way. But even then, I think you could make an argument that it's still pro-life if what is meant is like the best life for a species given its nature. Like Rand talks about life for man qua man. And there's also life for any species qua that species. So maybe life qua praying mantis is best if it mates and then gets eaten rather than never mates at all. Maybe a life without mating isn't a life worth living for the mantis. But anyways, I think there are some responses you could make to allegedly self-sacrificial behavior in nature. But if we want to come back to the human case, Um, I think it's
I think the way like if you don't mind I
yeah, go ahead.
interject, just for context, like basically like I just gave the most, you know, it's like unavoidable example of like every living organism needs water in order to survive. And basically I said like the relationship like water is like everything about water and everything that makes up what water is like the fact. So it's independent of a human mind or consciousness. And I basically just said that uh like the relationship between what you are as a human being and the relationship you have with the water uh, is good because every organism on the planet needs water to survive. So I said the relationship between water and man is what makes it good because the standard that you're evaluating is what it does for your life. And they just had like, and they just kept getting stuck on the if part of like, if you have to do something and he was just saying he was a moral subjectivist and for some reason he was saying like yeah but I can make that claim too but it's like yeah but what relationship like how are you evaluating it based off of like what grants you the same type of evaluation to say the relationship between you and the water if you're a subjectivist. Like what if you and then the alternative example I said was if if we know venom, like cobra venom is like we know what cobra venom does to blood, like what about cobra venom would you say is good or bad? What relationship do you have to that cobra venom if you're a subjectivist? Like what if a person just says, yeah, I feel like cobra venom is good.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah, I don't know that maybe they would just have to say, well, then it's good for him and it's not good for me. To each their own. Everyone has their own subjective view of what's good and what's bad, and it's just a matter of preference. Everyone has their own subjective preference, and if someone else likes cobra venom, then I guess it's good for him.
right. And that's why he
Maybe.
kept saying,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's why I just kept saying like, yeah, well, if I want to die, then the cobra venom is good. And I'm like, but that like you're destroying the concept of values then. Because he
So
kept saying like if the cobra venom is a value and I want to die and the goal is to die, then it's good.
yeah, so it sounds like maybe he has as his um, implicit view of morality that it has to involve categorical imperatives, what Kant calls categorical imperatives.
Yes.
And if it's not that, then it's not really, then it's subjective. It sounds like that's his premise. And since Rand says, and sounds like you're arguing that um, morality is conditional, it's or hypothetical, it involves hypothetical or conditional imperatives and not categorical imperatives. Therefore, that's enough for him to say, "Oh, well, you must just hold a subjectivist morality." That would be my guess. Maybe
Yeah,
I
that's
should write
basically
that
what he
down.
said.
So then, um, I'll put it as if you hold that morality involves categorical imperatives, then, well, I don't have to put it in his voice. I can just say, then you will think that Rand's morality of hypothetical imperatives is subjective. So then the question would be, why think that morality involves categorical imperatives? If you continue this discussion with him, you could ask him that. Um, or at least that's what I would ask him. I think I would be interested to hear his answer to that. So if you just have maybe that's just a carryover from conventional or religious way of looking at morality, that it involves categorical imperatives and that it's not about helping you live your own life, and that's the purpose of it, and that's a purpose that must be chosen. But if he does hold this premise, then yeah, I don't see a way to convince him that Rand's morality is not subjective. I would just ask him to check that premise.
Yeah, I like that's just basically like the entire point of contention. Like I just couldn't get away from like the categorical imperative part because he just kept defaulting into that. Where it's just like I can't really make a case for saying like subjectivity like correct me if I'm wrong, but like to me like the theories from Kant is that something is subjective because it stems from the mind, right? Like rather than having like a relationship with objects in reality, like reality is just an outset from the mind. Is that right?
I'm not sure what Kant would say on the meaning of subjective.
Or Descartes?
Um, yeah, likewise with Kant's, and I'll add Descartes here also. I do think there is a tradition in the history of philosophy of using the terms objective to mean mind independence and subjective to mean mind dependence. But I don't think those are the only uses of those terms. I think there's also, and we might call those metaphysical senses of the terms. Let me write that here. Metaphysical senses. So I'll say objective means mind's independence, and subjective is mind dependent. But then there's also epistemological senses, and at least in common usage, I don't know so much that it comes up in the history of philosophy. Maybe there too, I'm just not sure. But there, objective has a different sort of meaning, and I think subjective also does. And it might be a little more challenging to formulate. I want to make these lowercase because they're not proper names. They're um, so subjective. I guess one way you could put the epistemological sense of it is based on feelings, not facts. So, for instance, if a teacher is grading students, if the teacher is being subjective in the way she grades, you might say she's just grading based on her feelings. Like maybe she happens to like a certain student because he has a nice personality. Um, whereas another student is she doesn't like him as much. She doesn't like his personality as much. And then she grades on that basis. So whereas she should be grading on, for instance, how well the student understands the concepts um, on a test, whether it's a math test or um, science or history or whatever, that should be the grounds on which the teacher assigns the grade, not how much she happens to like the personality of the student. So if she allows her feeling, her emotion to cloud her judgment of the students, the grade she gives the student, then I think you should say she's being subjective in the epistemological sense. She's acting based on her feelings or her emotions. I'll put that as well. Not not the relevant facts. Whereas if you're objective, you, in an epistemological sense, let me actually put judgment because that's going to be important to what am about to say. Um, when you're objective in the epistemological sense, you're making a judgment based on relevant facts, not just feelings or emotions. So when you base your judgment of the student's grade on how well he's explained the concept in his writing or not how you feel about him personality wise. Now, in both of those cases, it involves judgment. And judgment is an act of the mind. So it can't mean mind independent. There is no such thing as a judgment that is mind independent. So I think when we're saying something is objective in the epistemological sense, it doesn't mean mind independent, and subjective doesn't mean mind dependent. They both involve the mind, they're both mind dependent, but it's how the mind is used. Is your mind being guided by relevant facts, or is it just being guided by feelings and emotions? That's the distinction. And now I think that epistemological sense carries over to the moral realm. So in morality, to say um, you have an objective morality, I think means that it's a morality based on facts, based on your judgment of facts, not just your having a certain feeling or emotion. Whereas if your morality is subjective, then it is just guided by feeling and emotion, not a grasp of the facts through your reasoning minds. So I don't think the issue of being mind dependent or mind independent is really the relevant sense to consider when it comes to saying whether someone's morality is subjective or objective. I think there is some relationship between these different senses of objective and subjective, but um, there is at least this sort of distinction I've been trying to describe here. But let me pause here and see if you want to say anything.
Yeah, I think on, I think we're going through it well. It's just, I think it was more meta than this. It was like the process behind, like, how do you even justify, like, but what's the process behind knowledge? Like, for example,
Okay.
like in objectivism, it's like, like sense perception, and then you're like, the raw data gets integrated. I think it was more of like the methodological process of like what how do we even acquire knowledge?
Like moral knowledge, like how do you justify moral claims
Well,
in particular?
just like, how do you make claims about anything that are justified? You have like skeptics where it's just like, yeah, no, we can't even know anything. right? So it's like
Oh, so
I
it's
I
broader than
usually
just morality. It's the question is about knowledge in general. How do we justify
well,
any knowledge? Is that
yeah, exactly. Because I try to bridge, like when like because basically it starts with like how can anything be like objective, right? So like to say like you have objective morality, like I always try to tie the bridge between like what being objective means and then how does that actually relate to being objective about morality. So that's why like I always try to bridge the gap by saying like there's facts out there, and then we have the ability to know the world, and then this is the process behind how we know it. And then to make a value judgment about something, you have to have like a yardstick, which is like the standard of morality is your life, and then being able to identify like objective facts in relation to your life. So that's like usually how I like, go through the whole process. And then because when I can't tell you like the amount of people that just say like, well, not like everything that's dependent on you is subjective and anything that's independent of you is objective. And then I'm just like, we have to get into like a whole like meta discussion of like, well, what does it mean to be objective? Like, what is objective? And then I just use like the Oxford, definition just to illustrate like, look, this is not me just inventing words because in the Oxford Dictionary, it says like of a person or their judgment. So already I can already stipulate that okay, based off just this layman definition, we can if we can agree on it's already assuming that it requires a person to make a judgment to be objective,
hmm
we can move forward. But a lot of the times discussion just divulges into like, oh, like no, that's wrong, and like I don't know where you're getting this definition from. So it's like we can't even get to ethics and be like to say something is objectively good for you if we can't even agree on the word of objective.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think that's where discussions get hung up sometimes, and it's maybe just an equivocation, like you're using, or on their part, like if they say, well, no, morality can't be objective um, because objective means mind independent, and there is no such morality, but um, that's just the wrong sense of objective that they're using. So that's why I say they're equivocating on the word objective. They're using it
Yeah,
in one sense, the mind independent sense, and then transferring that sense into a different context, an ethical context, where that's not the relevant sense of objective. And I think if you give examples of like the grading example I gave, grading at students based on feelings rather than relevant facts, I think maybe that will help some people at least see that there is another sense and that this is even a sense that they themselves probably use, and they can say in their own minds, maybe they have said it out loud, like this teacher was subjective in her grading. If she were objective, she would have graded differently. But you know, if what they really mean by objective is mind independent, then they have to say no, it's impossible for any teacher to be objective. So it
exactly.
doesn't make sense for me to blame the teacher for being subjective and not objective because objectivity is impossible by its very nature. It's mind independence. How can a teacher use her mind and grade me in a mind independent way? That's just incoherent. So I think maybe if you give a concrete example, like the grading one, that can help people get a sense, oh, there's actually a different sense of objective, which is relevant here. And maybe that's the relevant sense for morality. I'm gonna come back to the chat here, see if there's.
I
I
haven't
see
seen anyone.
one new person there. Isa Guatemalan says, okay,
Hmm.
I'm here and correct 100%. And then the last one that just came in says, but then in this case, objective just means sticking to a determined standard, which is defined by the mind. Um, all right, so maybe I'll say more about that last chat later, but coming back to you, I guess if you're gonna go back to this person and continue the discussion, maybe maybe what I would do if I were to continue is just mention this point that there are different senses of objective and see if they can relate to or recognize the epistemological sense as distinct from the metaphysical sense. And then I guess if they are on board with that, then maybe you can make some more headway in the moral discussion.
Yeah, I think that would be like a good distinction to make where like because that's one thing I haven't brought up. Like in the metaphysical sense, yeah, I get it. Like you can say something's objectively metaphysical,
Hmm.
but yeah, I haven't brought up that line of argument yet. So I might try that.
Okay. Well, I would be interested to hear how it goes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm on Clubhouse like every day, so I discuss these people like pretty much every day.
Okay. Clubhouse. I've used that a few times, but it's been a long time. Isa Guatemalan says, I'm friends with Simon and I suffer him every day. And then a laugh emoji. Do you know this person?
Yeah,
Do you
yeah, I
know?
know.
Okay.
Yeah, she basically like I think it was a couple of weeks ago we were having like an entire discussion about like metaphysics and like the possibility of a creator and uh, basically like I even asked you if you can explain like if you think that Rand just stopped at existence rather than starting the starting point for objectivism being existence. She thinks that like she might have just stopped there and not have been curious to ask a little further, like what if there could be a creator though? Because there isn't much, about Rand writing about like metaphysics in that aspect.
Mm.
So
So Isa Guatemalan is a theist.
yeah, but
Okay.
yeah, but also she likes to say that she uses like the same epistemological method as objectivists by saying like there is nothing in reality that doesn't follow causally. So it must be the case that there has to be something that started everything because like there can't be a point where nothing existed. So it kind of so I mean she could write in the chat like exactly what she means, but like that's the line of argumentation.
She says, I am one of these people, in quotes, I guess because I was referring to her in the third person, not knowing she was the one that's, or one of the people at least you were engaging with. So did you let her know about my stream? Is that how that's how she found
Yeah,
it or
yeah.
okay. Well, welcome to the stream, Issa. Maybe I'll just call you Issa for short. Let me see what else she says here.
Oh,
The
it basically,
epistemological method of theists.
yeah, basically because I say like the concept of God is an epistemological issue. Like that's like my go-to because you don't get a concept like concepts are derived from observation. So absent of the observation, you can't come up with the concept of God. So like there is no valid concept of God. It wouldn't epistemically it doesn't make sense. So I like and then you have like all the theists that justify like how they know a God. Like they'll say a God is all loving, all knowing. Jesus is God, and then the Trinitarians and Muhammad is, and then you ask them for like the actual observations to justify like the claims that they make, and then they default into like well faith.
Mm.
So I just say that it's an epistemological error that people make, and yeah.
Okay. I just realized I had the wrong screen shared again. I had my studio screen instead of the chat window, but I got it fixed now. Okay. So yeah, I do think maybe the issue is epistemological. I see she says in the chat, my claim is not, my claim is that it's not an epistemological issue, but an ontological one. No, no, because Simon says I'm arguing with these people every day. So I'm one of these people. Oh, okay. So it's something that Simon said rather than something I said that triggered that comment. Okay. So, okay. So she's saying in her second to last chat, her claim is that it's not an epistemological one. What claim? What is the claim that's not an epistemological one, but an ontological one? That's what I
I
want
think
to
she's
know.
I think she's referring to when I say that the concept of God is an epistemological claim, and she's
Oh,
saying it's not epistemological, it's an ontological,
okay.
which I don't know if you can, I don't even know if you can say that because the moment that it's a claim, it's a knowledge claim about something.
Okay.
Uh,
She says, Dan, you should join us on Clubhouse one day. We have very interesting and intense conversations. I also love Ayn Rand. Even before I read her books without knowing her fully, I just think objectivism has got limitations. I'm interested in talking to you, actually. Um, if you want to call in now, I invite you to do so. And Simon can also be here. We could do one-on-one or we could do a three-way call if Simon is open to that. But
oh
I'm
yeah,
thinking since you're open to
I'm
that.
all up for it. Yeah, I
All
talk to
right.
her
Well, I'm
almost every
thinking
day.
since she's here, maybe it's better if she just comes on and we can all talk together. So you can let us know in the chat if you're interested in doing that, or you can just call in. I have a Zoom link pinned. Oh, did I not pin the oh, it looks like I forgot to pin the call-in instructions. Let me do that right now. You can just scroll to the top of the chat also, but I just pinned it at the top of the chat. So you can just click on that link, or if you want to dial a phone number, you can also, there's also a phone number there you can dial. So, all right. Well, cool. I look forward to this.
Yeah, actually, she's one of the people that I started TikTok with, and she has like we both run a house on Clubhouse, and it's called Make Awareness Great Again. And basically, we did the same thing on TikTok, and it has like 50 followers. So basically, if we have to go live, we can use that account.
Okay. Oh, on TikTok?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking into that a little bit, and apparently there's like a practice mode for TikTok. I guess normally to do live streams on TikTok, you need 1,000 followers, but if you use what's called practice mode, you only need to have 50 followers. I saw something about that when I was researching it a little the other day.
Oh, what?
Uh,
It has 370 people now. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, we host like somewhat big rooms like pretty much every day on Clubhouse, and it's like a wide variety of topics.
Wait, so this is 370 on TikTok or on Clubhouse?
This is probably on TikTok.
Okay, because you were telling me about another account in email that
Yeah,
I think that one, I don't remember how many that has.
what that one is, I think he only has like 150 because he's an actual
Oh,
objectivist, but actually she's friends with him as well. Like she's the person that introduced me to that objectivist, and
oh, okay.
yeah, he was gonna host basically.
All right, I just see she entered the waiting room on Zoom, and I just admitted her. So I think she should be able to unmute. Yeah, it looks like you can you unmute yourself? There we go.
Sorry. Hey.
Hello. Welcome.
Hey, nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, Simon
So,
has been talking about you a couple of times. Well, a few times actually. And yeah, he sent me a link today and I was curious. So I'm glad I joined.
yeah, nice to have you up here. And I don't usually I just do a one-on-one, so it's nice to try out this new format as well with three people. So, well, there's a lot we could talk about, but what do you guys want to or gals want to talk about? Do you want to just you want to talk about this issue of God, or is there something else more pressing that you want to discuss?
Well, actually, yeah, I think that the God question is an interesting one, and this is this is one topic that Simon and I have tried to talk and come to some sort of agreement so many times. We have other friends that are also objectivists, and we try to get them into the conversation as well to see their point of view. But usually the conversations last like hours, so nobody is as patient. But so to try to explain a little bit what I mean is Simon engages in a lot of conversations about the existence of God, but I tell him that I am not even concerned with that at this point. Whether God exists or not, that's something we can discuss at some other point. I'm just discussing the method in which you arrive to the question of who creates existence, right? Ayn Rand starts to go in regression and to the point of like, okay, existence exists. And that is where she decides to uh, make her ontological point of departure and say existence exists, it has been eternal. Now, what my claim is that the theist, and I'm not a religious person, but the theist just decides to go one further step and say, okay, exists, but who created existence, or where does existence come from? So Simon says, okay, that is unnecessary and it's an epistemological error because existence is just eternal. So what I am trying to apply here is like, okay, when talking about metaphysics, uh, you need to observe the physical world, the observable world, and uh, extrapolate, let's say, through reason, what your observations have been, and apply that to things that we cannot observe, but we can apply that same logical method. So, what I'm saying to Simon is that in the physical world, we're able to see that everything comes from something. There is nothing that comes from nothing. And so if we apply that rule that we observe in the physical world to the metaphysical world, existence exists. It's missing something. It's missing a source. And so my claim is just that the theist decides to say, okay, existence comes from something, from an entity, call it God, right? And then they decide to stop their regression there and have their ontological point just a step before existence exists. So I'm saying that it's not an epistemological error because the method is the same. It's just an ontological question.
Okay. I wrote some notes on the can you see my screen that I'm sharing?
Yeah, we
No.
can see it, or
Well,
I
I
can see it.
can't, but let me grab my iPad because I cannot have YouTube and the other one at the same time. I have issues with my YouTube. But yeah, go ahead and I will open the YouTube.
Okay. I don't know that you have to see the notes, but I want to at least let you know that I'm making some notes as you're talking to help me keep track. So one thought I had is maybe there is a fallacy being committed, which I think is an epistemological issue, which is it the fallacy of division, where you argue that just because something is true of the parts, therefore it's, or just because, no, maybe it's the fallacy of composition. Um, just because something is true of the parts doesn't mean it's true of the whole. So, for example, um, if you say this, like a brick weighs 5 pounds, and all the bricks individually that make up a house are 5 pounds, therefore the house as a whole weighs 5 pounds. Well, that would be fallacious reasoning. Just because something's true of the parts doesn't mean it's true of the whole. Likewise, I was wondering if that sort of fallacy is being committed if you argue, well, just because everything we've observed in the physical world around us comes from somewhere else, therefore the world as a whole must come from something else. Um, Maybe there's some kind of fallacious reasoning going on there, but in any case, I do think that just because everything in the world has a certain property doesn't mean that the world as a whole has a property. Like you could do this with space and time and say, well, everything that we observe has a location. Like this, the laptop I'm typing on right now has a location, and you have a location. I don't know where it is, but you have some location. Everything in the world has a location. Therefore, the world as a whole has a location. But does that really make sense? Like, how could it, if you define the world as everything, um, or as existence, then how can existence have a location? Is there like some grid in which we can locate existence? But then what about the grid? Isn't that part of existence too? If it's not, then how can we call the thing that we're locating on that grid existence if existence means everything? So um, I do understand existence or the universe or the world, at least in some contexts, to mean everything. So, and there are certain concepts that just don't apply, I think, when we're talking about existence as a whole. And space concepts would be like that. Time concepts would also be like that. And also, I think creation concepts. So, I'll just pause there. So, I don't know if you're muted, but um, I hope you're still here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I couldn't
Okay.
find the button. Um, yes, I understand what you mean. However, so then what would you base that that claim of, okay, not everything has to meet the exact same conditions? So where then would you ground that assumption that some things are eternal when what the tool we're trying to use to justify our claims is reason? So how can you apply reason to that claim when it has never been observable anytime?
It's never been observable
I mean,
that anything is eternal.
yeah.
Is that, well, um, I'm not sure that observable is that something needs to be observable in the, if by what you mean there is like something you see with your senses, like something, some truths we reason our way towards. It's not something we observe with our senses, like our five senses, sight, hearing, tasting, touching,
Right.
smelling. A lot of our knowledge, like scientific knowledge, it's based on what we observe with our senses, but it involves a lot of reasoning. And I think philosophy is also like that. And I think maybe to reach the conclusion that the universe is eternal, it's just something you reason your way to. It's not something you observe with your senses. I guess you just think about, well, what would it mean? Is it coherent? Like could there be a square circle? Um, is that something that I have to look for? Go around the universe looking for square circles, and then I say, well, I haven't seen one, so I'm going to conclude there aren't any. Well, no, it's just I think about what it would mean to be a square circle. It's just an incoherent concept, and I just reject it on those grounds. Like what the way I reject any contradiction. Like, could there be a leaf which is all green and all not green at the same time? No, it's I just know there aren't contradictions. I don't have to go around looking for evidence of that. And I think likewise, maybe if you just think about what would it mean to say the universe is in time, it just doesn't seem coherent as a concept to me, because then it would imply the universe isn't really the universe. Because if the universe is everything, there can't be some like standard of measuring time apart from the universe, such that you could say the universe is some age, like 10 days old or 10 million years old. It just isn't coherent, I think. So I reject it on those grounds, the idea that it's in time. And if it's not in time, then that's what I mean by saying it's eternal. Literally, it means out of time.
Also,
Yeah,
I
but
think
wouldn't
only.
you? Yeah,
Oh,
go
go ahead,
ahead.
go ahead.
Just one quick question. One quick thing, sorry, no question. So, or maybe a question, but wouldn't that require the same type of implication when we arrive to existence exists? Like through reason, neither, I mean, sorry. To God, existence comes from God. Isn't that kind of like the exact same, well, a similar claim, that a theist is actually making? It requires the same type of principle, like, yeah, well, there are things that we cannot observe, but we can deduct by our reasoning. So that is the claim I'm making, is that the theist can also, through the same method of reasoning, arrive to the question of where does existence come from, and that gets them to the next question, which is, okay, might it be God? Now, I don't care if God exists or not. I'm not trying to make the case for God. I'm just trying to validate the method that the theists utilizes in order to get to that question, to that point in their ontology.
I guess I'm not saying that that a valid method is used. I think there's something incorrect about it. Because if you ask who who created or what created the universe, that implies that um, there's something apart from the universe that created the universe. But then that sounds incoherent to me on its face, because the universe is everything by definition. So there can't be something apart from it that created it. So I don't, the way I reason about it, it seems like an invalid question to ask who or what created the universe, if I really think about what I mean by the universe.
Yeah, I think that's right. And then it goes to, it's like, I think then it's like, well, if something created the universe, then who created the thing that created the universe? And then who created the thing that created the universe? And then,
Infinite
then you
regress.
really get into it, a real infinite regress. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess there's a couple types of objections. One being the one that Simon just gave. Like, even if we set aside the point I was making about it's incoherent to suppose there could be something that created the universe, because that implies there's something apart from everything, just kind of bracketing that, then you might still think it's unsatisfying as an answer to say that God created the universe, assuming that you can make sense of that. Because then why wouldn't someone just ask, well, what created God? And then what created that thing? What created that thing?
I think often the time what ends up happening is like it's usually like it's usually like the contingent argument or like causality where it's just like, well, something is contingent on another, and then you have like some causal regress that just never, that never ends. And like I try to explain, you know, like causality is just the law of identity applied to action. So then something has to exist first in order for it to like to even be able to say that there's some causal event. So to say, there was nothing at some point, and then there was just like some entities that act. I mean, already that presupposes like there was nothing and then something. So like yeah, like I don't like I often the time I just say like it causality is not even being applied properly in that sense, because the universe has to exist in order for there to be something that acts. So because because there was never nothing, there has to be something. So the reality is eternal in that sense.
Yeah, but then you're giving me there, Simon, a metaphysical absolute, right? That has not been caused, correct? Existence exists. Am I right? So it's a
Yeah.
metaphysical absolute. It doesn't require a cause in your case, but so does the theist argument. So I mean, also proposes an uncaused metaphysical absolute, which is there is an entity that caused existence. So in the end, the theist also arrives to a point where it says there is an uncaused absolute. So therefore, I mean, you call yours existence. Existence exists. The theists, they call theirs a necessary being for existence to be. So none of the two can be proven, right? From something that goes beyond that existence, either God or existence exist. So they both don't go, cannot be proven from something more, let's say, fundamental. And that is the reason why we call it a primary point or a point of departure in their ontology. And this is the reason why I refer always to ontology. So, I mean, and this is my point, like, how can you reject the theist position as an epistemological error without rejecting yours by the same criteria, right? So this is the reason why I say that the theist and the objectivist, they differ in the ontology, not in the epistemology, because both positions are, in my opinion, rational hypotheses in metaphysics. So calling one of them invalid, it's arbitrary, which if you're going to be arbitrary about one method, then you're not being objectivist, because objectivism rejects the arbitrary. So it's kind of like that point where you arrive to a conclusion that, okay, I can agree with you, and I can accept that you tell me, listen, objectivism doesn't concern with anything that is not dealing with reality. I can agree that Ayn Rand decided, in parentheses, arbitrarily, to leave it there, and say existence exists, because I'm only concerned with the philosophy that deals with my existence and in reality and how I relate to that reality. I don't want to keep going in regression. And I would accept that. But just say that, yeah, she, for whatever reason, she didn't feel like going further, keep going backwards in regression. She just decided that that's where she was going to stop, either because it was too much of a headache, or she just wasn't concerned with it, or it would make her uncomfortable, or it would open another kind of worms that she didn't feel to address. Whatever the reason was, I don't care. But she decided to stop there. it doesn't mean that there is no further philosophizing. It just means that she decided arbitrarily to stop there.
So, I'm wondering about the claim that she's arbitrarily deciding to stop there. I wonder if she might say it's arbitrary to assume there's some further place to go. And
Yeah.
if you think there's some further place that needs to be investigated, maybe there's a burden on you to show, because you said like she arbitrarily decided not to investigate it. But what is this it? Show me that there is this it to investigate. I'm not aware that there is some it beyond existence to investigate. If you show me something, then okay, I'll consider investigating it. But I haven't seen that there's a there. Yeah, there's an it to be investigated.
But that's where I'm not trying to make the case for God. I'm just trying to validate the questioning method to arrive to, is there something else where existence come from? So I agree with you.
Wait,
Whoever
wait, wait, wait.
decides,
That's incoherent.
okay,
S
how?
Something else other than existence, where existence comes from. Existence is everything. So there can't be somewhere else that everything comes from, because that something else would have to already be included in the everything. So it's just
Correct.
incoherent on its
Exactly.
face.
So, but
Yeah.
and that's also my point. That I tell to Simon, there are some people that, I mean, the theist that decides to include God or the concept of God into that existence, right? And say, well, existence comes from this other being, who is also part of existence, but we're gonna stop there, as we're not going to investigate where God comes from or where that being comes from. We're just going to assume he has always been there together with existence, and he has always been, nothing created him. And Ayn Rand says, okay, we're just going to assume that existence is there, nothing created existence. And the theist says we're going to assume that God was always there and nothing created God.
Well, I don't think it's merely an assumption, like an arbitrary assumption that nothing created existence, because it's just incoherent as a concept to suppose that there could be an existence that was created from something else. So there's yeah, it's not an assumption. It's just if you analyze what the concepts you're using mean and you take them seriously, then it's just incoherent to suppose there could be something apart from existence, from which existence came.
And here is where I go with the argument of, where in existence have we ever observed that something comes from nothing? Every time we observe something in existence, it comes out of something, right? There's a trigger, there's a cause, the causality that Simon was talking about. And so if I am to take those truths into my reasoning, then the theist can arrive to the point of like, okay, existence is here, but it has to come from somewhere.
Well, then I think maybe that's the fallacy of composition that I was talking about before, where you think just because something applies to the parts within a whole, that therefore applies to the whole as such.
Well, that's where I arrive. And that's the
Okay.
point of conflict, that I'm trying to make the case for the method that the theist is doing, is taking, and validated just as the objectivist one. And so this is where I claim that it's more an ontological question where they both decide it's their primary point of departure than really an epistemological one. And that has been what has kept us busy for days and hours with Simon. And that's when I start getting all the hot flashes in my face, and I just cannot get around this, you know?
I think there are, well, both metaphysical and, or as you say, ontological differences and epistemological differences, but I guess maybe the epistemological ones are more fundamental and they are what lead to the ontological differences. So I think the epistemological differences are that different methods are being used, and I think there are certain errors like the fallacy of a composition, perhaps, which I just put up on the screen here. It says the fallacy of a composition is the error of assuming that what is true for a part of the whole must also be true for the whole itself. And if you commit an error like that, that might lead you to postulate a being like God. So now you've got a different ontology, but it's because you've made some epistemological error, I would argue at least. So I think there's a difference on both levels, but the epistemology one is more fundamental. So I don't know that I have any more to say on this right now. We might just keep going in circles, but I'll just pause there. And if there's anything else you want to say, you or Simon, feel free.
Not from my side. Thank you so much for your
Sure.
time. It's been interesting.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. All right. I guess I'll take a look back at the chat. And it's up to you too as to whether you want to stay on. But I'm just gonna check back on the chat right now. I saw one new person came in, Tom Koziol had a couple chats. Who created God, he asks. How do you know God is eternal? And Jason Adams says, never heard of him. All right, so, oh, Florida Nick just popped in and he says hello. Hi, Florida Nick. All right, so I think I'm caught up on the chat, unless there's some earlier ones that I did not see. But glad we got to do a call. All right, so anyone else out there want to raise a topic or call in, or if there's anything else Simon wants to talk about, he's welcome. You're welcome to raise it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just stay in the chat for now because I'm just gonna get some work done.
Okay, thanks
But
for calling in.
thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for taking the time.
Sure thing. All right. So, what next? See, that helps preserve my voice when I have other people talking. Isa says, I dropped down. Interesting convo. Thanks. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you again for coming by. All right, so what's going to be our next topic? I don't want to end my stream yet. I want to keep going. Okay, Isa says, I will look into the fallacy of composition and factor it into my argument and have a thought about it. Okay, sounds good. I'd be interested to hear if it has any effect on your thinking once you look into it. So you're welcome to come back and let me know. There's other stuff we could talk about as well. Simon says we went through metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. What else is there? Well, there's many metaphysical issues and epistemological ones and ethical ones that we did not discuss. But we did hit a variety. She's the modern day Aquinas, he says. And she'll test it with Simon again and circle back. Okay. Sometimes if you write things down, that helps. If you just talk, you might go in circles, but if you try to put your thoughts down on paper or on screen, sometimes it'll help make things more clear. I guess Tom is from Canada because I've seen him here before and he puts that Canadian flag. I saw some 100% fly up there. The reactions. Tom puts the Canadian flag and the maple leaf. Anyone else out there want to just say hello? I've been getting pretty consistently about 30% of my watch time is from non-subscribers. I wonder if any of those non-subscribers will decide to subscribe. So we're up to 10 likes now. Thank you for those. Oh, I got a new subscriber. Nice. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just now I see that. See if you have your subscription set to public, then I'll know who it is. I can actually see this person, but I won't say who it is unless the person tells me that's oh, well, Izza just said it's her in the chat. She says that's me. Yeah, I see you you show up on my screen here. Thanks for subscribing, Izza. I appreciate it. Oh, it says a public subscriber allows everyone to see their subscriptions. I didn't know if it only allowed the person they subscribe to see. Nice. All right, getting a little bit closer to 1,000. I guess I need 37 more. And then I can monetize my channel further than I already have. See, I'm already at a point where I can take super chats, but I still think right now I think I want to wait until next year to start using the super chat feature on my channel, just because it'll make my finances less complicated if I wait till next year. So, fortunately, that's only a few weeks away. You say you'll follow me right now with my two other accounts? Wow. Okay, well, I guess I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, I do like to have genuine viewers, and not like fake bot accounts. But if they're actually real accounts, then I'll take them. I noticed on Facebook there's someone, at least one person who has multiple Facebook accounts, and sometimes they interact with me on Facebook through one account and sometimes through a different account. So I guess sometimes people not only have, but actually use multiple accounts. But I guess I should say thank you, thank you, thank you to Isa if she, because she might follow with three different accounts. I've got a couple accounts on YouTube, but typically I just use one of them. She says it's just so you can reach your goal. They're real accounts. They're related to real business Gmails I use. Gotcha. Just not your main YouTube account. Is this like the Trinity? There's there's both three people, but there's only one person. The mystery of the Trinity. Simon says that's a good point. I can follow with my business account too. Wow. I might pick up a record number of subscribers today. Maybe it helps to actually mention my subscriber goals because it looks like I might pick up some new subscribers as a result. All right. Yeah, I see it went up three more. Great. We're at 90. I'm at 966 now. That's the highest I've ever been. Sometimes it fluctuates. Like when I started today's stream, it was at 962, but it's been at 962 before. Like the first time I got to 962, after that it went down one or down two. I think it went down to maybe down to 960, then it went back up. So I'll often hit the same number twice, but the long run trend it's is upward. But I have never hit 966 before, so I am pleased about that. So that'll show up here if I go into my analytics on my earn tab. It shows a bar. See, that's how close I am to a thousandth. And I also need to get up to 4,000 hours of watch time within the last 365 days to get my further monetization. See, once I hit this higher, I can already take the super chats right now because for that I only need 500 subscribers and 3,000 hours of watch time. And I got that on this day. I created a special thumbnail for that live stream. This one. Hooray, my YouTube channel has been monetized. So that allows me, I'm able to take super chats now, although I'm choosing not to, I think, until January. But if I want to have ads run on my videos, that's the further monetization threshold, which I can hit once I get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. Then I'll be able to have ads run on my videos and get a little more revenue from that. So looking forward to hitting that milestone. So thanks to you all for helping me get here, either through subscribing and or through your watch time. That's something I get from my non-subscribers, even if they're not subscribed. I'm still getting watch time, so that's good. Simon says it does help to put sub goals, subscriber goals. Yeah, I do mention it from time to time when I live stream. I do think it helps to mention it. I try not to do it too much because if I do it too much, then that can just be annoying. But in a limited amount, I think it's good. Jason says, I really like the new show Pluribus. Have you seen it? No, I haven't. Lots of sci-fi philosophical questions it poses in an interesting, well done way. Okay. I watch no TV. I just watch YouTube. Or mostly I watch just things on YouTube. Maybe it's on YouTube, but I don't watch TV serial shows like it sounds like this one is. Just because there's so much else that I'm interested in, but maybe I should give it a try. It's kind of like Mises, right? I was saying earlier in today's stream, I'd be interested to read them, but I've already got so much that I'm already interested in reading. So I don't know when I'm going to find time for it. I was supposed to start watching yesterday. Glad to hear it's good, says Simon. Do you promote it on Twitter? I do have a Twitter page, and sometimes, yes, I do promote my YouTube channel there. Actually, whenever I do a live stream, I mention it on Twitter as well as Facebook. Oh, I got 5 notifications. Oh, there you are. I see you. I see Izza on Twitter. I guess she found me. Nice. Oh, here's the announcement I put out today on Twitter. There it is. It's on screen now. I thought maybe if I didn't have anything else to go over today, I could engage with some people on Twitter and do some replies in real time. I got a reply from Scott Lincecum earlier today. And he's a scholar at the Cato Institute. I replied to one of his posts. Maybe I can find that. And I think Yaron Brook, I heard about him from Yaron Brook. I think Yaron likes some of his work. Um, and I came across one of his Twitter posts yesterday, which you can see now on screen. So he was commenting on Mamdani's meeting with Trump. I guess he wrote an article and he gives a little quote from it here. Both men are looking to seize more executive power, deepen the reach of the state into people's everyday lives, and bring government to bear on businesses and entrepreneurs who won't fall in line. And then I said, how about laissez-faire capitalism? And he says, I agree. It's awesome. Let's do it. So that was my little interaction with him. See, it says he's a Cato Institute. That's a libertarian think tank. Vice president in the area of economics and trade. He teaches at Duke Law. I guess that's what that means. He's an adjunct instructor there. And writes for the Dispatch newsletter. Isa says, I love Mises. His human action book is my Bible. I'm a fan of Vince Gilligan's style, says Jason. Try the trailers or the YouTube shows that talk about the show. That's the Pluribus show, I guess. Isa says, I went to the only official libertarian classical liberal school in the world, and Austrian School of Economics became my compass. Yes, I found you on X with both my accounts and on TikTok too. Make our awareness, oh, with our make awareness great again, and my is a Guatemalan account too. Okay, thanks. Nice to connect with you. I wonder if this is the Francisco Marroquin school, something like that, because I've heard of a school in Guatemala, which sounds like what you're describing here, the only official libertarian classical liberal school in the world. The Francisco Marroquin, spelled something like that, University. She says, yes, that's my school. Um, okay. Yeah, in Guatemala. Yeah. Oh, there she types it out. UFM, Universidad Francisco Marroquin. Marroquin. I took Spanish in high school, so I can pronounce the words with the Spanish accent, at least a little bit. I'd like to visit there someday. I think I've met some people there at Objectivist conferences, some people who work there who have come to Objectivist conferences in the United States. So does that mean, do they offer do they only offer economics majors, or do they have other fields? Like, can you major in philosophy or biology, or is it only economics? And is that what you majored in? Do they have majors? Is that how it works? In the United States, you typically choose um, a major field of study. I don't know how it works in Guatemala, but that would be an interesting place to visit. I visited Mexico before, but never any other country in Central America. But that would be very interesting. And are you there now? Like, you don't have to say, but I'm curious if you are in Guatemala now, or did you move somewhere else? I think Simon mentioned that he was in Europe, maybe France. It's interesting to know where people are. I've had people in my chat from Israel, Japan, India, South Africa. But you're the first Guatemalan that I remember, at least. All right, so how else can we use this time well? Use this time to make our lives and the world a better place. What did I say in my title? At 1 p.m. Pacific, my Ayn Rand promoting show begins. Call, chat, and debate me. Reason, egoism, and capitalism. Yeah, I want to promote reason, egoism, and capitalism, and Ayn Rand's philosophy more generally. You see all these topics on my backgrounds. There's a lot more to objectivism than just reason, egoism, and capitalism, which I have over here in the corner. There's atheism, and that's the topic that came up when Simon and Isa called in. But there's free will, objectivity, logic. We talked about objectivity some and how there's different senses of objective. But there's a lot to the philosophy. There's a lot we could talk about. So what can we discuss that would help promote Ayn Rand's ideas? We can debate. Even if you disagree with Ayn Rand or her ideas, I'm happy to debate them. That's a way of promoting them, at least if I do well defending them. You can promote your contrary ideas if you want. You can try to argue a contrary position. That's fine. You know, the most important thing is that the truth wins. So, not that a certain person's ideas are correct. We want to be true to reality, not true to a certain person. So, if Ayn Rand made a mistake, then you can point that out. And I welcome that. But the more fundamental goal here is not to promote Ayn Rand's philosophy, but to promote the true and the good. And I happen to think that overlaps with Ayn Rand's philosophy, at least to a very, very large extent. But the fundamental goal we should all be after is discovering what's true and what's good. we shouldn't be tribalists and just be loyal to some person or group. Our primary loyalty should be to reality. All right, I see some more chats here. Let me share my chat window again. Bunch of chats from Isa. She says, "Have you heard of Gloria Alvarez?" Yes, I have. I've seen some of her videos. It's been a while, but a few years ago, I saw more of her. I guess she was working with the Ayn Rand Institute. She was doing collaboration videos with them for a while. So she was doing interviews with Yaron Brook and some other people from the Ayn Rand Institute. But that was a few years ago. Um, and then she says, no, they have medicine, architecture, law, politics, etc. I did international relations, political science, but every degree, regardless of the field, they teach you as a core stream, Austrian economics. Oh, okay. So everyone gets Austrian economics regardless of what field they specialize in. Their philosophy is to create economically responsible individuals. I am originally from Guatemala and currently living in Switzerland. Okay. That's another place I've never been. I've flown over Switzerland, but I've never been in that country, but would like to visit it. Um, she says, I need to go to bed, but we can talk another time about the objectivism. Maybe you mean the objectivity of morality. I tend to disagree with that stance based on praxeology. Yeah, we can talk about that sometime. I usually stream once every 5 days. That's been my pattern. So that means my next stream would be on Friday. The time varies somewhat, but usually I start it around noon Pacific time. But I like to leave myself some wiggle room there, even on the very day. Like I might change it at the last minute. But yeah, we can definitely talk about that, the objectivity of morality, another time. Praxeology, I've heard that's associated with von Mises's philosophy. I don't know much about it, but maybe I'll learn something about it. So I'll be better able to discuss it with you. Or maybe you can just tell me about it. And then you say, Gloria and I went to university together. We were in the same class. Okay, that's interesting. So you know her personally, like or you just happen to be in the same class, or do you actually know each other? Like, um, are you on a first name basis? Are you in contact with her? Or she's just someone who happens to go to your school at the same time? Mhm. Um, anyways, that's interesting. I think you might be the first person who went to that school who has been in my chat. Must be pretty late in Switzerland. What is that, like 8 hours ahead? 9 hours? 9 hours ahead. Oh yeah. It's almost 2 a.m. your time. All right, good night. It's late for Simon too, I guess, if he's in Europe. She says, yes, we know each other on a first name basis and we're connected. Not intimate friends, but we exchange greetings every once in a while. She's always been crazy like that. It's 1:45 a.m. here. I think I might have seen her at a Objectivist conference once in person. All right, so anyone else, anyone out there want to raise a topic? Or call in? Maybe I should copy the chat here so I can paste it into a comments after the show ends. I'm going to do that right now. Sometimes the live chat replay is not available after the stream ends, so usually it is, but if it's not, then I have as a backup these, I have the chat log backed up. Oh, great. I'm up to 968 subscribers now. I think I set a record for getting, because I started today at 962 and it's now up 6. I think the highest I've ever gone before during a live stream is up 4. So thank you. Thank you to all the new subscribers. That's great. Only 32 away from 1,000. Oh, and that reminds me, if you are one of my public subscribers, one of my first 1,000 public subscribers, I will offer you a free super chat once I start taking super chats. So that's my incentive to get new subscribers. So just make sure you have your settings set to public so I can verify you're subscribed. And if I see you're one of the first 1,000, then I'll give you a free super chat. All right. Well, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours or almost 4 hours, but I don't feel like I need to stop. I'm not tired. I thought I might get tired because I got less sleep than I usually do, but I don't feel tired right now. I thought maybe if I got tired, I would just take a long break and take a nap, but it doesn't feel necessary. So I want to continue promoting Ayn Rand's ideas. But how to do that? That's the question. So through discussion and debate, that's primarily how I want to do it on my show. But that requires you all to participate. I'm not going to debate myself, but I mean, I could in a sense because there might be issues. There are some issues that I'm not entirely clear on, and I could just think out loud about those issues and kind of um, go back and forth in my head, um, taking different sides. Like on the one hand, I might think um, objectivism is a form of consequentialism, and on the other hand, I might think it's not for, there could be reasons on different sides. So, but I guess if there are topics that you all want to discuss or debate, and since I don't really have any issues like that in my own mind that I want to talk about now, I prefer it, or I would welcome it. Oh, I just did remember some topic Robert Nader raised in a previous live stream, which unconditional love. But maybe it'd be better to talk about that if he were here. It, it sounded like maybe he thought there was a place for such a thing, at least in the case of children. And I think Leonard Peikoff said something like that, maybe in one of his podcasts. Jason Adams came in with a new chat. He says he can call in and talk about the TV show, and you can try and challenge out loud how it might relate to Ayn Rand. The assumption will be you may not ever want to watch it. Just an idea. Okay, yeah, I would be up for that. Partly because that will help save my voice. Pluribus, that was the show. I just Googled it. Wikipedia says it's an American post-apocalyptic sci-fi TV series created by Vince Gilligan for Apple TV. I see Jason just called in. I just want to read this intro on Wikipedia. Um, and then I'll get to Jason. Post-apocalyptic sci-fi TV series. Stars Rhea Seehorn. The show follows author Carol Sturka, played by Seehorn, as the rest of humanity is suddenly joined into a hive mind. Maybe I should share this. The rest of humanity is suddenly joined into a hive mind that seeks to amicably assimilate Carol and other immune individuals into the mind. The title of the series refers to E pluribus unum, a Latin phrase meaning out of many one. Okay. All right, I'm going to admit Jason now. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me and see me?
I hear you, but to see you, I have to turn on video. Um,
Okay, that's
just a
fine.
moment. And where's that sitting? Oh, here we go. All right. I think now you can do it.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, now you can hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, and let me try the video. Hopefully it works. There we
Yep.
go. I think I got it this time. A lot quicker than the first few times, yeah?
Yeah.
So
Takes a little practice.
you read the summary, which is about right. That was what I wanted to say. I call them efficient zombies. Everybody's a very efficient zombie. They all work together. And you have Carol. She's kind of in the show. We're talking about the show. She's unhappy. She seems to be unhappy before this event happened and after the event happened. And they say that she has a choice to join, but we don't know yet. You know, this is going to be a drama that plays out. And
So it started on November 7th. That was a couple weeks ago. So there's only one show a week. Is that how it works? And
yeah,
there's
you have.
9 episodes. So,
Yeah, you have to like to want to see an episode each week and be in suspense and know what happens the next week. It's done by the guy who did Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. So there's certain features there you can tell his fingerprints are on it. I quite like that. He goes into certain details that you can't tell are related until a bit later and has flash forwards, flashbacks, a time, before the event happened. So it's
mhm.
fun to watch. You have to have that kind of set for wanting to watch it.
I just want to read this paragraph again. It says the show follows author Carol Sturka, played by Seahorn, as the rest of humanity is suddenly joined into a hive mind
Mhm.
that seeks to amicably assimilate Carol and other immune individuals into the minds. The title refers to E Pluribus Unum. Okay, so that makes me think of collectivism,
Yeah.
to use a term you see in Ayn Rand's writings. And she has a choice as to whether to join this hive minds. They
Well,
try to amicably assimilate her.
let me say something. There's about 12 people, so there's 12, but it's really focused on her. And I don't think it's clear why it didn't take on her. I think if we watch it, it took most people. It was a sequence, and they figured it out. And it's not quite clear why, but they're as they're saying they'll do anything they want. They have the sum of all human knowledge. If she wanted an A bomb, they said they would give it to her. If she, and they've gone. This is how it's playing out in the show. So I hope I'm not spoiling it too much, but we might as well. This is a spoiler alert. But yeah, so they'll do anything she wants. They aimably want her to, uh, you know, and the people she talks to, when she's talking to one, she's talking to all, and they have all the sum of the human knowledge, so they work very efficiently, and they're vegetarians. And
Okay.
in a way, it's kind of a commentary on AI when you're talking to AI a little bit, how they kind of answer is, "Hi, Carol, how can we help you today?" Or something like this. They refer to themselves as we. So yeah, it's definitely a collective, and everybody in it seems to think it's the best that they could be in. But she's negative, and why it didn't take, and how they will get her to join, or whether she'll have a choice, or she's looking into a way to reverse it and trying to get in touch with some of the people who it didn't take with. Some are living large, flying in Air Force One, sleeping with different women. Some are with their efficient zombie families and just kind of enjoying the moment as they have it. The other ones. I think she's the only American or Western that we've seen yet. So
Okay.
interesting. I
So
mean, it's just fun. Yeah.
yeah, it is. It does sound interesting. And I thought of AI as I was reading this, the hive mind part in particular. So is this, does it take place in like a fantasy world, or is it in the world of 2025 today? Well,
Yeah.
I guess not literally. It can't be today because there aren't actual hive minds in the same sense, at least, I would guess, as there are in this show. But
To make the science fiction realistic, they got a radio frequency, which I guess they do get radio frequencies, and it took them a while to figure it out. And once they got that sequence, then they realized it was for proteins, and this would be a protein that would glue us all as people. And then they got the top echelon of people, and then I think they show it as chemtrails. They get everybody. So spoilers for everybody, but I'm telling you how the show unfolds. But there's still a lot of fun there you can watch when you watch it. But yeah, so they get people. Yeah, they start with mice, and not they'll probably flash back and show more detail on how they got it. But it started with a sequence of figuring it out. And there's somebody I think she's going to work with who runs, down in Peru or something, but they don't speak the same language. So
So are they turning people who were individuals into sort of like collective organisms? So you're no longer an individual, but you're just part of a group. Like they're turning humans into ants, so to speak. If you think ants are like collectivistic creatures who essential to their identity is being part of a colony, and
that's
is something like that.
Something like bees definitely was mentioned. She had her favorite supermarket, and that was closed down. So they say we don't need it anymore. We're vegetarians. They let all the animals loose. They've moved everything to efficient distribution centers. There's no need to probably shop or do much. They haven't shown us this. I'm speculating, but she wanted it back, and oh, of course, Carol. So they all came in perfect unison, almost well choreographed, and put that whole supermarket back just for her to have. And and then I don't think she even got any of the fruits. I think she winds up having a TV dinner or something. As Vince Gilligan, the guy who does a show, will show you that very subtly. Certain things you got to look for, but that's his style. He wrote on the X-Files. So yeah, to answer, they work efficiently. We don't quite know exactly what they do other than that. What she did try and challenge them about something, got really too angry with them, or maybe threw them for a loop, and they started to short circuit and twitch, and a lot of people died. We found out, and she shouldn't do that. So she can't really try and buck the system. Otherwise, these bees she used might die, and she doesn't want that. So, but generally they see her and say hi, Carol, and talk to her, and yeah. So.
I wonder if the theme is like individualism versus collectivism. Maybe it's not apparent yet what the theme is, if there is a theme. Um,
Well, Pluribus is one out of many. I know that from our money. It's on our money, right? That saying. That's why
well, it's on the
dollar.
on like yeah, the dollar bill, I think, maybe
Yeah,
coins as well. Um, which I guess if you interpret it in a certain way, it doesn't have to be collectivist. But like if you still think of the individual as the primary unit of value, which can combine with other units in self-interested ways. But the reason to combine with other units is because it ultimately is good for your own life. That would be the individualist sort of reason for joining a group.
But if you could get the sum of all knowledge, would you? I mean, they didn't really have a choice. So at some point, it was put on the people. But would you want to take that? That's a question. And you could be in there all thinking efficiently, or
Oh, like would you want
or
to be
yeah,
omniscient
yeah.
if you could? Or I
But
don't know that you could ever be omniscient, but like could you be super knowledgeable, like have the entirety of the world's knowledge in your brain, everything that is known
yeah.
to you. Um, I don't know what I would say to that. Um,
It'd be interesting how it unfolds, and whether I think she doesn't want to participate, so I guess she'll be doing the resistance against it. So you have that kind of individual. Oh, they mentioned somehow it was kind of quirky how they got to this one, but that she had been sent to a conversion camp. So I guess she's a gay woman, and she didn't like to be sent to any conversion camp. So she might have that going on with her too.
mm. I was just thinking if it's if it's like being God, like you're omniscient, if you have all the knowledge, then that's a different sort of omniscience than is well, there could be a couple kinds of omniscience. It just occurred to me, like in one being um, more coherent than the other. Like you might think if God has omniscience, that means he has foreknowledge of the future, not just the
Right.
past, but he knows what actions I am going to take and you are going to take in the future, which you might think is inconsistent with free will. Like we don't really have a choice about how we're going to act in the future if God already knows in advance what we're going to do. So you might think that sort of omniscience is impossible, irrational, because it contradicts free will. So if free will is true, then you can't have omniscience, at least in that sense. But maybe there's another sort of omniscience, or what we can call omniscience, where you know everything that could be known. So you
Yeah.
can't know what someone is going to do in the future with their free will, but you can know everything else. Like you have the all the world's encyclopedias in your brain. Um, and I guess you like if you're like if I'm omniscient, I couldn't know what's in your minds unless you published it somewhere. I guess if you wrote your thoughts in a diary and you uploaded that to the internet, then I could download that from the internet. Now I know the
Right.
thoughts that you put in the diary. But if you haven't published your knowledge in some way, then maybe that sort of knowledge would not be included in what it means to be omniscient in the kind of secular way I'm thinking of omniscience right now.
Yeah. 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 I mean, back to in the case of the show, if they can know all the detail, they don't have to have written it. They just have it all specific or general. But back to what you were pointing out, which was a question I actually had for Yaron Brook once, and it was kind of the way I thought about a science. It was science fiction based, but it was like maybe if you die, we don't necessarily we all assume there's nothing's going to happen, and that's the end of it for us. But could you be uploaded somehow and at that point get it, or whether it's by I don't know sci-fi or technology or mysticism, but just as a point of a story that at some point when you die, uh, you could join something, and so you wouldn't have any ability to interact on the world. You just know it. Can't prove it wrong. Well, you can because we know it doesn't happen, but it was kind of
Sorry,
yeah.
I missed
No, it's fine.
you um could you say that again? I'm sorry, I missed the
So
something happened here.
I that's fine. I posed a question to Yaron Brook, and he hadn't thought about it much, and he didn't have. I don't remember his answer even, but I'd asked him, and it was maybe if you had a choice when you die or something, could you stop to exist like we expect will happen, will it stop to exist, or could you be uploaded somehow, or be put in be it through mysticism or be it through thing you know
Hmm.
technology that you could just be there after you go on some wave of being to go anywhere and knowing everything and have all this knowledge. I mean, and then maybe philosophically what to prove that that can't happen. But I know it can't happen, but you have to go through the steps of.
At least given current technology. Yeah, I wonder if in the future if some way could be if there could be some way to download someone's brain
Yeah.
in a sense, like if you can map all their neural connections and then somehow um, I guess if you like if you think information is stored in the brain um, such that if you duplicated someone's brain, then they would have the same knowledge that you have, then maybe you could just map out those neural connections and then figure out what information they represent.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah. Something like
that'd
that.
be
I mean, it makes for good storytelling at least. So yeah, I like that stuff. So.
mhm.
We could go back. You got me thinking about free will too. I think I was typing on this one where somebody had asked, you'd ran a poll, and I said, what did I say? I said, I don't care is what I meant to say, but I don't know is how I answered it. And I mean, in a different context, I might think differently about about it, but I think sometimes my attitude on that is if I can't prove it to somebody, why would I bother to prove it to somebody that there is free will? I mean, I know there is free will. If you maybe I messed up my speaking here. I think we're asking about determinism, but I mean, if I'm determined to say yes, am I determined to say no? Why not just for fun be determined to say I don't know? I mean, it's like does that do you follow that?
Well, I remember
Yeah.
I remember asking in a poll, is determinism true?
Yes.
And
Okay. Thanks.
yes was one option, no was an option, and then the third was I don't know.
I don't know.
And I remember, I think you started, you had one answer, and then I think you revised it later,
Yeah.
and I forget how you revised it, like from what to what. I don't remember what your answers were.
I was trying to make the point sometimes you might answer differently. It's like Ayn Rand who wasn't a Jew unless it became a point, and then she'd stand up and say, I'm a Jew, or even, I'm a
Hmm.
Zionist, depending on the context. So that's kind of why I was revising. I think I started off by saying, I don't know. And I think you talked about the option, I don't care. I think if you ask me, like if Harry Binswanger or something, we're having a discussion, I think the answer is determinism is categorically not true. And we have all the evidence of it. But sometimes I guess I would answer in a debate with a bunch of people. I don't know. It doesn't matter that I can't prove it to you. I hold that determinism is not true. You seem to have some ideas that you're determined. Who am I to prove it to you? I don't know. Or yeah,
Hmm.
I don't care. I mean, it's something like that would be the reasoning for my answer that I can explain better than typing. I could explain that to you in a conversation better. But
Hmm. Well, I mean, this is a very important philosophic issue, determinism and whether it's true, and by implication, whether free will is true. It's actually an issue I wish I had a better grasp on. Like, I don't think I can coherently deny that we have free will and affirm that determinism is true. I and there is, as you might know, there's this contradiction of determinism argument, according to which you can't coherently deny free will, um, because all claims to knowledge uh, have this implicit assumption that you are in control of your minds. And there's this is spelled out in the objectivist literature, and
okay.
I like those arguments. They seem to make sense to me. But sometimes I feel like I don't have as strong a grasp on the issue of free will as I would like, or as some other people might. And I wish I had a stronger grasp of it sometimes. And
Yeah.
I get the point that the way to validate free will is just through introspection. And I've said this many times, and but I've debated this issue with determinists who've come on my channel, and I I just I feel like I could reach another level of certitude regarding free will. I would like to, and I'm not sure like why I don't feel as comfortable with it as I would like to, but I'm just reporting descriptively that I feel like there's something a little shaky in my grasp of it, and I can't really put my finger on what it is. But anyways, for whatever that's worth,
No,
um,
yeah, I mean it's I guess I don't have that in depth in the philosophy. I'm too busy watching TV maybe, and I'll take that uh, for my whole life. But whatever I've been doing, but I know you've studied it. You have a PhD. I guess if I were to summarize in layman's sense, yeah, that would be why I don't know that it's true or it's true for me. I can introspect like you had asked me to, and I certainly can know that free will is true, but I can't introspect with the Yahoo on your on your chat there, and I don't know what he's saying necessarily, why he feels determined or believes it's determined, or why he's on your show trying to prove something's determined. I know it's free will to even turn on the TV set and go about my day. I don't know. I can't take it farther than that. So if you have a way of a microscope or something you see it with, I don't know. I don't know how to answer it or not answer. I know how to answer it for myself, but not for philosophical postulate with all the, legalese, whatever.
Yeah, it's one thing to know in your own minds that something is true, but it's another thing to be able to
Yeah.
convince someone else of it who doesn't agree. And I don't think it's necessarily true that if you can't defend it against someone else, then you don't really grasp it yourself. Like there's um, maybe like how to ride a bike is something you can know how to do yourself, even if you can't explain to someone else how to do it.
Right. Right.
Sometimes it's just hard to articulate what you grasp and make it clear to someone else. But that doesn't mean that you haven't grasped it. Now, um, how to ride a bike is kind of it's a physical motor skill. It's not conceptual, verbal sort of knowledge. It's sometimes called know-how in philosophical literature. Um, but there might also be cases that are conceptual, verbal knowledge, which you have, but you can't explain to someone else. I don't know what would be a good example. Um, well, I guess like if you're a teacher, teachers are people who specialize in being able to explain things to students. Like maybe you can do algebra, but you don't know how to teach algebra. So that would be a case where you understand yourself how to do algebra, or you understand the meaning of what you're doing, but that doesn't mean you can persuade someone else that this is how you should do algebra or whatever the subject is. So yeah, I do
It's
think
okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, let's follow from that. In that kind of a case, then maybe I could know a formula's true or something's true, but then why would I still want to say, well, go, like, I don't know, it's true. I'm thinking like that to a person who can't know it. Like you're trying to convince somebody it, and then maybe in a simple case, I can say, no, that's true. It doesn't matter that you learn it or not. So we're in this scenario, but then somebody who believes the opposite and believes that we're determined, yeah, I guess I'm nowhere near enough to make the argument and teach them. And that would be something a PhD like you might have to try and prove to somebody who has a PhD in believing the opposite. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there, I mean, there is a specialty of teaching, and I don't, I mean, I've tried to argue for free will with people on this channel. Someone by the name of Ray called in a few shows ago to talk about free will, and I don't know if his mind is at all changed after the conversation we had. Um, so having a PhD doesn't guarantee that you're going to be able to persuade anyone. Um,
Yeah, especially if somebody's out there feeling determined. I mean, I don't even know how to deal with that. This person is, I mean, I don't know how to, everything is determined and he has, I guess he believes there's some free will. I don't know even know how the arguments break down because we know he couldn't decide to do the basics, so he's making some decision, but even those decisions are predetermined. So it gets too wild for me, well, then change your situation. Well, I'm predetermined not to. I mean, I just don't know how it holds and how. Yeah, it wouldn't. It's
I
just
remember I think one point I made in that discussion with Ray was that it's not only um, incoherent to suppose there can't be morality. Like I think a lot of people get that point. I think that's pretty clear. Like there can't be morality without free will, because that would mean you're saying people should do such and such, yet they can't do such and such because they're just determined. I,
yeah.
I think that's pretty straightforward, and I feel very comfortable making that point. That is something I'm confident about.
Is that
They're
what they're trying to prove in? Is that because there's some determination that the moral, sum it up for me, then the morals can't be
well,
decided?
the moral is the chosen. That's one
Right.
way the point can be put.
Okay.
So if sometimes there's what's the slogan? Ought implies can. Have you ever heard that before?
Not
Okay,
much.
that's sometimes philosophers say this as a kind of pithy way of capturing the idea that it makes no sense to say people ought to do something or they should do something, like they should be honest or they should tell the truth if they can't tell the truth. Or like imagine I tell you right now, I say you should um, you should sleep for 15 hours straight.
Right.
Well, you can't do that, right? Maybe you had a good night's sleep the last night and you're just not that tired.
Right.
So it makes no sense to tell you to do something if you cannot do that thing. But morality is all about telling us what we should do. It's giving us guidance. You should be honest. You should be productive. All these virtues I have on my, you should be independent. You should have integrity. But there's no point in telling anyone they should do these things if they have no choice in the matter. If it's
Okay.
not something they can do, which, if you're a determinist, is what your position amounts to. You have no choice over how you act. You just act as you're determined to act.
Yeah. To the point
So
of
there,
coming here and arguing against. Yeah. Yeah.
so there's no, so I think it's very clear to me how morality is incompatible with determinism. But what's less clear to me, though I'm still sympathetic to this point, is that any knowledge claim, whether it's about morality or anything else, um, presupposes free will. And I think this is what this contradiction of determinism argument is more directly related to. It's not specifically about morality, it's about the mind's attachment to reality. And there really is no way you can know your mind is attached to reality if you're not in control of it. If you don't, in other words, if you don't have free will. And I kind of get this point, and I'm sort of comfortable with it, but I don't feel like I'm as comfortable with it as I could be, and as I probably need to be in order to make a very consistent case to someone else, like a determinist. So that's where I am right now.
Okay, yeah. I had a point there, but it's not that. I mean, okay, well, yeah. Does I think I've already said it. So, yeah, if I can't prove that if I can't prove it to somebody and they're going to hold that they're going to be determined, it may be in my self-interest to just say, I don't know. I know good and well that it's true to me. I know if somebody's mind is so determined that they're determined, then does it hold as a true statement? I mean, the answer isn't, it doesn't, because determinism's not true, but they're so messed up they believe it. I let them, let them go down that path. I don't know how they make choices. I don't know how things come about, but
I
anyway,
used to think maybe I
yeah.
would go crazy if I didn't solve this issue. Like in high school is when I first started wrestling with this issue of free will versus determinism, and I was obsessed with it. I don't know if that's the right word, but I was thinking about it so much because it just seems
Mm.
so crucial to my life and how I understand myself. Um, and I thought maybe I would go crazy if I ended up deciding I don't have free will, and I don't know how I would act if that was the conclusion I came to. But of course, if the thesis were true, then I wouldn't have any choice about how I would act. Um, so th you
When I
can
would
get into
argue,
some really weird headspaces when you think about this
when I
subject.
argued
It's
with some, I was in the Emirates and I argued with a Muslim I worked with, and he said, "Inshallah, everything's all been decided, basically." And I took that to mean, all right. So, and my only arguments I could really make of them, what's the point? Why would he have such a game? Why would he have a game like when you see a computer play tic-tac-toe or chess with itself? It's going to know every possible outcome. So why is he doing this? And I never got a straight answer. It was about 20 years back when I was out there, but we'd had such a conversation. He would say it's all decided. It's all inshallah. It's all to be figured, already known. So what would the point of that God be doing that? That was I, that would be my
Maybe many people would say there is no point to anything. We're just a
yeah,
bunch of collections of atoms bouncing around, and life is
matrix.
meaningless. There's no point. There's no meaning to it all.
Yeah.
We're just acting according to the laws of physics. And so I think determinism can be a very depressing sort of viewpoint
Yeah.
to reach. Um, I saw a chat from Simon, something about what did he say? He says, I'm not great on explaining the whole free will justification either. Yeah, I mean, you can't just say, well, there's not much to the justification. You just introspect and you see it. But once you go a
Okay.
few more rounds, a few more layers with a determinist, you can start to find areas where it's not that straightforward. Um,
I
but
think
yeah,
it's clicking with
I'm
me.
with you there.
I think it's
Go ahead.
clicking. I better say what I get. So it's something like, how about this? Is happiness possible? True or false? Or true happiness is possible? I mean, so is that kind of how would that differ from the question, about your determination? Maybe it's for another day. I get it if it's too deep, but yes, of course, happiness is possible, but
That would be my answer. Yes, it
yeah,
is.
it's true. It's true. But yeah, yeah.
But I don't know that. So what's the parallel there with free will? Is that a equally confusing or contentious issue?
Yeah. But back to this TV show, I have to wonder if the DNA, the thing didn't take on her because she's just so angry all the time and negative. They're doing flashbacks. She doesn't really seem to be happy a lot. So I don't know. It's,
Hmm.
but yeah,
What was that called? Oh, Pluribus.
there was
Right.
maybe they need somebody around to inspire them because that's a theory too, right? They're all hive mind and they need somebody else to have some new input. They wouldn't get any new input, but to have some experience that's not common, could find different things out. I'm just speculating.
I've got a little hive mind here with my chat.
I can wrap it up.
Um,
It's been great to talk to you. Keep it light and have a good day.
all right. Thanks for coming on, Jason.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I get better each
Sure.
time.
All right.
Cheers.
Catch you later.
Cheers. Leave, leave meeting.
All right. Glad we got to chat about free will some. Simon says, I told a determinist this week that you can't have morality if you're a hardcore determinist. To which he replies, he was determined to make the moral decisions. I don't understand the whole determinist thing, though. I don't know how you can hold that position. He just got back. He was on a call. I feel very confident about the moral point, the incompatibility of morality with determinism. As I said, I'm just repeating. It's just the epistemological level that I need to get better at. Are there any determinists out there who want to discuss this or debate this? All right, what's next? One thing I could do is some social media posts. I haven't done that in a while. I don't know if any of you here remember if you were here before for that. But sometimes I would go on Facebook or X and do some replies to posts in real time. I would share it on the screen. Simon says, next time with Isa, I think it would be fun to discuss a priori knowledge and praxeology. She's very educated on human action, and she thinks values are subjective. Yeah, that might be fun. I discussed a priori some with Holden a few shows back. A priori and a posteriori, as well as analytic and synthetic. I'm going to Google praxeology now. I'm sure I've done this before, but I don't remember what it says. Praxeology is the study of human action, focusing on purposeful and intentional behavior rather than reflexive actions. It is a deductive method that begins with the fundamental axioms that humans act with chosen goals, and it is most famously associated with the Austrian School of Economics through the work of Ludwig von Mises. Praxeology uses logical deduction to understand the implications of this action axiom for human behavior and social phenomena. It's a deductive method. Ayn Rand follows an inductive method. So that could be a crucial difference between her method and von Mises. Core principles. Okay. Now it's on my screen. I was just reading this AI overview of praxeology. Core principles, the action axiom. The foundational principle of praxeology is that human beings engage in purposeful, goal-directed action, which distinguishes it from involuntary reflexes. That's one aspect Ayn Rand would agree with, in that she affirms humans have free will, volition. They don't just act reflexively. They act in a voluntary, purposeful, goal-oriented way. But then we get deductive reasoning. Praxeology uses a priori, that is, a priori reasoning, meaning it deduces conclusions from the action axiom rather than relying on empirical observations alone. So this part seems very different from Rand's approach. This part, not so much. Maybe she could agree, at least roughly, with this first part, but I think she would strongly disagree with this part. Okay. Logical implications. It explores the logical implications of the action axiom to build a framework for understanding human conduct, choice, and scarcity. Kant has his grip on the libertarians too, says Simon. Yeah, I just learned that recently when Holden was here. I guess that was the start of it. I didn't realize that von Mises was Kantian, at least to some significant degree, it seems. Uh, so if von Mises is part of the libertarian tradition, and there were, and also Rothbard and Hoppe, Hans Hermann Hoppe, there was a book by Hoppe that Holden was sharing on screen, and there was a bunch of Kantian terminology, the analytic and synthetic, and a posteriori, a priori. Yeah, I didn't realize that the Austrian economists were Kantian like that until recently. Would you like to do a TikTok live sometime this week with me and Isa? We should have a good audience. Yeah, I would be up for that. As long as we can find a day that works. I'm pretty flexible. I think Wednesday I might have something else going on, but other than that, my schedule is pretty open. So let me know what time works for you, and then we can set something up. You think Rand would spit at the second part, the part about deduction? Yeah, that part seems the most different from Rand's approach. I keep forgetting which screen I'm sharing, but I see on my phone it's showing the praxeology AI overview still. But you can see my mouse moving. I'm actually moving it on my laptop. I'm looking at a different page. So if I'm pointing at something, you don't see what I'm pointing at, but you do see the mouse moving. So I'm actually looking at the chat on my laptop. So that's the screen I should be sharing. Okay, now it should be visible. All right. So what else? We got 8 people here now. It says someone out there want to raise a topic, ask a question, call in, say hello, have a discussion, a debate. Let us advance our understanding. So tell me, what are you interested in? What could you use a better understanding of? What do you disagree with? What are you unclear about? What's some problem you have that maybe I could help with? We don't have to get too personal, um, but it is good if your philosophy can help you in your life. That's what it's supposed to do. That's the point of it. Abstract knowledge is to help you in life. So if there's some issue you're wrestling with, and if it's not too personal to bring up, some things are, but if there's something that's not like that, not too personal, then feel free to raise it. Maybe I'll have something to say. I don't know. Depends on what it is. I'm not like a universal advice giver. And no matter what issue you have, I'll be able to solve it or even say anything helpful. I might just have to refer you to a specialist, but I'm just trying to think of other things we could talk about, types of things we could talk about to make your life, all of our lives better. Trying to get engagement here in a mutually beneficial way, a win-win kind of way. You engage more with me, that helps my channel grow, and hopefully you also get something out of it. You learn something, or maybe I learned something, or we both learned something. But I'm not exhausted yet, so I don't feel like I need to end the stream. Many months ago, I would just turn off my camera and mic when I didn't get any engagement for a while, and then, but I just left the stream growing, and then if it wasn't really a break because I didn't need a break, but it's just sometimes there's a lull in the chat, and if there was a time like that, sometimes I would just turn off my camera and wait for someone to say something, and then I would come back and engage with that chat. So I could do that. Or maybe now is a good time to go on X and reply to some posts. Hmm, maybe I'll do that. All right, I'm going to do that. But I do want to give priority to people who are here live. So if you say something in the chat, then I'll come back and give that attention. But for now, I'm going to go on X and find some posts to reply to. Maybe I'll wait till I find a good one before I share my screen. Okay, maybe this one is good. Brianna Joy Gray. She is a leftist, progressive, maybe a socialist. I'm not sure. Something at least close to that, I think. I'll share her post. Okay. So she has a post here that says, imagine thinking immigrants harm the country like billionaires do. In reply to this person. Oh, all right. Well, I guess that's not the actual Warren Buffett. because there are only about 6,000 followers. But I think that's a photo of Warren Buffett. Anyways, this person, Burke, has a cartoon that says, "You're both just awful." Left-wing populists blaming billionaires and right-wing populists blaming immigrants. And Brianna Joy Gray doesn't like that. She doesn't want them both being dissed. She wants to say it's good to blame billionaires, but bad to blame immigrants. I guess that's her viewpoint. So she's probably anti-billionaire. So what am I going to say about that? Not like she's going to reply to this. She has 2.3 thousand replies already, so I'm not expecting her in particular to reply, but maybe somebody else will reply, or maybe some of my followers on X will see my post. So some people will see it, even if she doesn't. So what am I going to say? I could ask her how do billionaires harm the country? Um, or I could say something about billionaires. You can become a billionaire by benefiting others. Or I could just ask her, are you anti-billionaire? There's so many directions I could go with this. And I don't want to spend a huge amount of time deciding what to say. So maybe I'll just make the point that billionaires can do a lot of good. For instance, they can become rich by making a product, or maybe they themselves don't make a product, but by leading a company like Steve Jobs, which makes a product that millions of people want to buy, or love and want to buy. They can become rich by maybe I'll put Steve Jobs here as an example. Make it concrete. Right from the beginning. It's a win-win relationship. The billionaire gets rich, and his customers get a product they love. And since I already mentioned love here, maybe I'll just delete that part so I don't have it twice. Okay, maybe that's good enough. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. All right, it's now posted. There it is. Jason says, people saying billionaires or immigrants do harm are doing the most harm. All right. Let me look for another one. I could also dig into the replies on that post and see what other people have to say and then reply to their replies. Should I do that? All right, I'm looking through the replies to see if I see anything good. Anything that sparks an idea as to how I could reply. I guess this looks like this one takes the other side. This one is pro-billionaires but anti-immigrants. So yeah, let me share this one now. All right, so here's a person who says billionaires create jobs. Billionaires pay for all your social welfare programs. Many immigrants, in quotes, just take. So she's taking the other side. So maybe we have two tribalists taking who are parts of different tribes going at each other. She says she's a conservative, conservationist, immigration restrictionist, non-woke. Okay, this sounds like someone on the right. And let's see what Joy Gray says in her bio. Hosted the Bad Faith podcast. Former National Press Secretary for Bernie Sanders. Okay, so we've got a lefty and a righty. So now I get to respond to the righty. Many immigrants just take, and she says she's what did she say? Immigration restrictionist. All right, so in the last one I was defending billionaires. Maybe I'll defend immigrants here. At least some immigrants, many immigrants. She doesn't say all immigrants just take welfare. Um, Often when people make this point, I, I say, are you okay with Americans taking welfare? Or is it just the immigrants you're opposed to? So maybe I'll say something about that. Um, how about no welfare programs for anyone, whether they're immigrants or Americans, or I could say, or non-immigrants. And I could elaborate on that and say, it's not my responsibility to pay for someone else's food, healthcare, education, etc. And I can concretize this with some specific programs, which is a good chance that she supports. If she's a conservative, likely she doesn't want to get rid of Social Security and Medicare. Maybe she wants to scale them back. So I'll say Social Security, Medicare, public education should be phased out or abolished. Okay. Now it's more likely that she will see my reply than that Brianna Joy Gray will, because this is a much smaller account. Oh, she's still got close 9,000 over 9,000 followers though. But she doesn't have a lot of replies. She only has two replies to her comment here. So there's a good chance she will actually see my comment. Jason says billionaire immigrants or billions in corporate handouts. It's not my or it's not responsible. Oh, did I make a typo? Let me read that again. How about no welfare programs for anyone, whether they're immigrants or non-immigrants? Oh, yeah, thank you. I forgot the word my. I can actually edit that. Oh, no, I can't edit it because it's I can only edit it if it's an original post, not if it's a reply to someone else's post. But what I can do is I can delete this and then um, correct it and repost it. So that's what I'll do. Okay. Delete and then someone else. This is the other reply she got. So here, I will fix that. It's not my responsibility to pay for someone else's food, healthcare, education. Thanks for mentioning that, Jason. Okay. All right. So today was a great day for subscribers. Got 6 new subscribers, or at least 6 new accounts, because some of the accounts were from the same person. So I'm only 32 away from 1,000. All right. Back to X. I'll look for another post to reply to. Now here's one, another anti-immigrant. Well, this person probably wouldn't say I'm anti-immigrant, just I'm anti-illegal immigrants. But I'll say something about this. Oh, wow. He's got 154,000 followers. He says being a billionaire is legal. Crossing the border illegally isn't. Yeah, okay, but why are they crossing the border illegally? Maybe because the legal way is too hard. I'll put that. Maybe the reason so many people cross illegally is that the legal way is too hard or impossible for most people. Immigration should be much easier than it is. All right, I'm going to go with that. All right. Maybe I'll find a fresh post. Jason says, why is either your business? What was I already forgot. If I go into my replies, oh, um, I'm not sure what you mean. Why is either your business? My answers are more M&M-ish, says Jason. FYI, I don't do much Twitter. Oh, okay. One is illegal, the other is not. The billionaires are legal, the immigrants are not. Okay, let me go back to my Twitter feed. I don't use Twitter much or X. I go in waves. Like sometimes I use it a lot, but sometimes I'll go for many days without using it. There's a lot of videos in my feed. Like it's hard to find a screen that doesn't have part of a video in it. Here's another person commenting on the same cartoon. Here's one from Matt Walsh. All right, here's one from Billy Binion. Maybe I'll take a crack at this. He says, both Trump and Mamdani are socialists. Here it is. One of them is a Republican socialist and one is a Democratic socialist, but they're both socialists just the same. No one should be surprised they hit it off yesterday. I don't know much about this guy, Billy Binion. Reporter at Reason. Okay, that's a libertarian organization covering all things injustice. So I could, he's basically on my side, at least on this post, I think. I don't know if I would exactly put it as he put it, but I don't know that I have a major disagreement with anything he says. Maybe socialist isn't the right term for Trump. Maybe he's just more of a random power grabber, whereas socialism implies more of a ideology that he's following than he actually has. So I think maybe I could say something about that. I could ask a question. Does calling Trump a socialist imply he's more ideological than he in fact is? And then I could ask another question to elaborate on that. Does he act more on whim than on a particular, maybe I should phrase this a little differently. Are his actions guided more by whim than by a, yeah, I like that way. Are his actions guided more by whim than by a specific ideology? All right. I think that's okay. Anyone in my chat want to raise a topic? I see I still have several people here, but maybe you're content with just listening to me talk out loud as I make some X comments. This person says the term socialist has been so used and abused that it no longer has any meaning. It's not an epithet, but has a real definition. I can say capitalism has also been abused, or maybe I could just say it's been abused, not also abused, without having to take a position on socialism. I'm not sure I want to take a position on that right now. He says something down here in reply to someone else. Socialism is when the state owns or controls private enterprise or interferes with market prices. Government owning a stake in Intel, socialism. Tariffs that raise prices by government decree, also socialism. Many political systems interfere in markets, not just socialists. Okay, so they got a few more rounds back and forth there. Uh, I don't want to read all of this, but maybe I can quickly reply to this one. I can say, so he says, many political systems interfere in markets, not just socialists. I can say capitalism does not interfere with markets, and it's the best and most moral system, but it's often misunderstood. Oh, I forgot a word. And I'll say smeared. It's often misunderstood and smeared. I like to find a post to reply to before I share it on the screen because sometimes there's unpleasant stuff on X and I don't want to share it. I'm going to check my analytics. Mm. 84 people have come by the stream today. I'm going to take a look at my list of notes, see if there's any other topics that I could discuss. I did a little editing on my third David Pakman call video. I think that's the only other update regarding my channel I wanted to make. Okay, I'm back on X. Here's one from Matt Walsh. Maybe I should share this. I'll share this one. He says, if you aren't from this country, we don't care what you think about American politics. We don't care what you think about American culture. We don't care what you think about American elections. Your grift is over. Focus on your own problems. So he's sounding anti-immigrant there. Does he still call himself a theocratic fascist? Yeah, that's still in his bio. That's been there as long as I remember seeing him. 3.9 million followers. That's too bad that he has that big of a following. All right, what am I going to say about this? Why does it matter where someone is from? They can still have a valid opinion. And he's speaking for not just himself. He says we don't care. It's, it's not true for me. I don't discount someone's opinion if they're not from this country. Is that like discounting a man's opinion if you're like sometimes people will say about the abortion topic, why should I care about what you think about abortion? You're not a woman. It's kind of irrelevant. You don't need to be an American to have a opinion worth listening to about America. I could say something about faith, maybe because he's a Christian, theocratic fascist, he says. I I think he's a Catholic, actually. I could say, why should anyone care about your opinion if it's based on faith? Faith is irrational and anti-life. Maybe I'll just focus on the irrational part. It might be a little more powerful if it's more succinct and just focuses on that one point. Again, he's not going to see this, I'm sure, but maybe someone else will see it. Um, okay. Actually, I can go back to my older replies, the earlier replies I've already done and see if there are any. Well, if there were replies, I would get a notification here, but I can at least see how many views they have. If I go up here to my replies, see that one I just did already has 2 views. I don't know if that includes mine. This one also has 2 views, 3 views, 1 view. Not getting a lot of views here. 1 view. This one got 10 views. That was the first one I did. And here's my announcement for my live stream. Oh, that my live stream announcement got 107 views. All right. These are pretty unpredictable. Like sometimes they can blow up and I'll get over 1,000 views. Like if I go over here to my analytics, where is that? Premium. So I go into premium. So if you're a paid member, which I am because I have this blue check mark by my name, I think that's what premium means. Um, I can see some analytics on my posts. So you see this one, over 7,000 impressions. That's like views on this day. This one was 1,700. So you can see it really spikes sometimes, and it's pretty unpredictable when that's going to happen. So even though a lot of the posts are very low in their view count, somehow the algorithm will make some of them blow up. I mean, relatively speaking, for my channel, a blow up is like getting 1,000 views is really good. So, all right, here's a post about an ICE raid. A job site is vacant. An entire job site in Charlotte, North Carolina, is vacant after ICE raided the city. This is why the economy is collapsing. All right. So what am I going to say to this? What's this guy's orientation? Founder of Tolu Capital Management, daily podcast. So I guess he's against what ICE is doing. This might be read as a complaint. If we don't want the economy to collapse, we shouldn't have ICE doing the raids it's doing. So I'm in general sympathy with his post, I think. What am I going to say? Um, I could say, how about open immigration? Sometimes if someone is in general sympathy with me, I can try to mm, push them further in the direction that I think, like maybe I'm more pro-immigration than he is. I don't know, but I'm just saying if that's the case, even if I basically agree with someone, they might not agree in to the extent I would, or they might not be as pro-immigration as I am. So maybe I can say something suggesting a more radical position than he likely holds. Um, Anyone who wants to come here can, as long as they aren't a physical threat. Or maybe I should put it as anyone who wants to come here should be able to. Um, Maybe I should add whether they work or not. That might be more controversial. All right, I'm just going to go with that. If you are just watching, or if you just came to my stream, I do invite you to participate in the chat and engage, ask questions, make comments. And I'm only on X right now because I don't have any new chats to engage with. But I will engage with you if you want to say something in the chat. And you can also call in. I have my Zoom link pinned in the chat. There's also a phone number. Maybe I should look at some of the replies to his posts. Here, I guess I'll stop the screen share while I look for the next thing I want to reply to. I think I'll reply to this one. Chris Freeman. Simon says he's off the bed. He'll email me. He'll email me about TikTok. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks, Simon. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. I will talk to you later. All right. So Chris Freeman says he's a professor of business and economics at West Virginia University. Libertarianism, neoliberalism, and effective altruism. And he writes, capitalists respond to rising prices by increasing supply, which over time brings about lower prices. The question anti-capitalists need to ask themselves is why this hasn't happened in the case of housing. Oh yeah, this is actually another thing I forgot to mention, something I've been reading about recently, which is zoning laws. I think because it came up in the article on Biden's presidency, which I was reading about. When I got to the section on his housing policy, I think there was something in there that led me to read about zoning, and that seems relevant to this post. So if you have zoning rules, that means that can put a limit on housing. Like if some areas of a county are designated by the government, not by private entrepreneurs, but who own lands, but by the government to be single family homes only, like detached single family homes, then you're just not allowed to build multifamily buildings like apartments or condominiums. And then a shortage can result because maybe uh, there's no way you can build the amount of multi-family housing you need to accommodate the demand. And so there's just a shortage of housing, and that drives up prices. So I'm going to say something about zoning. Capitalists respond to rising prices by increasing supply. The question anti-capitalists need to ask themselves is why this hasn't happened in the case of housing. Uh, because of zoning. Not that I'm an anti-capitalist. He's posing this question to anti-capitalists, so maybe I should clarify. I'm pro-capitalism. Maybe there are other reasons as well, but perhaps zoning is the main reason or a main reason. What do you all think? Would that be the most important reason? Housing regulations such as zoning, or is maybe there are other important reasons? There's also regulations on mortgages, like making loans. Um, But I feel more comfortable just talking about zoning in this case, at least. And just to elaborate a little more, I can say because of zoning laws that make it impossible to meet demands. NIMBY, not in my backyard. Uh, some people have that attitude towards building new structures in their area. there was another reason I just thought of, which now escapes me. Uh, Something about paying workers. Oh, immigration. Right. Because if you don't have, I think a lot of the people in the construction industry are immigrants. And if we're anti-immigrant, then who's going to build all the houses? So even if there are not zoning laws, if you have a shortage of workers, construction workers, because they've been rounded up at Home Depot, I don't know if that's a good example, but anyways, if the immigrants are doing construction work and we don't have the immigrants and there aren't enough Americans to meet the demand, then that could also be a reason that housing prices go up because you don't have as much cheap labor. If Americans are only willing to build houses for a higher price than immigrants are, then it's going to be harder for builders to hire construction labor. It's going to cost too much. Okay, so maybe I'll add something about that. I'm glad I remembered that. Construction. Maybe I should phrase this a little differently. Um, this part about immigrants, or maybe I'll put it as anti-immigrant. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this, so I'm just going to go with that. Okay. All right. Next post. Here's something about income taxes. Okay, I'll think of something to say about this one. Rob Moore, Rob Progressive, entrepreneur, author, and philanthropist. He says the top 1% of earners pay almost 35% of income taxes. The top 10% pay almost 70% of the taxes. The bottom 50 pay 2%. So how do labor think that this is fair? Okay, so I guess this guy is from the UK because he spells labor with a U. And how does taxing the top 10% even more make it more fair? All right, so I could say something about how we should get rid of all taxes, probably an extreme position which he doesn't hold. Or maybe I could say something about altruism not being fair. Like maybe he agrees with the morality underlying taxes. Like I could ask him, is it selfish to want to pay less and keep more money for yourself? Is that anti-altruistic? I think it's good to go to morality if you can, because that's the more fundamental issue than political issues. Mm. So maybe I'll try this. Is it selfish to want to keep more of your money for yourself? What would Jesus do? If it's good to be altruistic, should one give away all of one's money? Is that the truly noble and saintly path? Is it fair to keep your money when others are starving? Yeah, he's probably going to think I'm an altruist if I talk like this. But what I'm trying to do is bring out a possible inconsistency between his opposition to more taxes and what he likely endorses in the realm of morality. I don't know if I need scare quotes here. Okay. I wonder if some of my followers are going to be confused by this post and think I'm coming out for altruism. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. And there's a point behind the questions, but the points will come out later in the exchange if there is one. I don't know if he or anyone else is going to reply to that, but sometimes I like to not indicate at first what my view is. Oh, I got a reply. Or maybe it was just a like. Just someone liked my post. The one that says, "How about open immigration? Anyone who wants to come here should be able to, whether they work or not, as long as they aren't a physical threat." All right. I'm looking for another post now. Oh, well, here's one that integrates with uh, a comment I just made. I'll share this one. So the Tennessee Holler, whatever that is, says, "Why not just hire Americans?" And then a farmer, I guess that's what this emoji is, some guy with a hat and a pitchfork, says, "We love to. We can't find the numbers. This is hard work lots of people won't do. Trump's policies are definitely impacting the labor force and hurting our farmers. 50 to 60% of the labor force is undocumented." So that integrates with what I said in one of my replies as to why housing prices are going up. If we can't hire cheap immigrant laborers, then we're not going to be able to build these houses. And it looks like the same thing is happening in the farming industry. They can't find enough laborers because of Trump's anti-immigration policies. And that would be a reason that food prices would increase. If it's harder to get the food to the tables, then it's going to cost more. This person says, here's an idea, make them citizens. And then farmers would be hiring Americans. But they shouldn't even have to be citizens. Um, they should be able to work here even if they're not citizens. Maybe that's a good point to make. I'll reply to this post. They should be able to work even if they're not citizens. And I can elaborate on that. No one has a right to forcibly stop them from coming here and accepting a job they are voluntarily offered. Maybe I'll say no one has a right to forcibly stop non-citizens All right, I'll just go with that. Oh, I'll just make this one change in working because accepting might imply that they can just accept a job as a non-citizen, but then after that, when they actually work the job, they have to be citizens. But if I say no one has a right to stop them from coming here and working a job, then I'm building into the idea that even as they're working, they should be able to be non-citizens. Okay. I'm looking for another post to reply to. Bill Maher slams Dems for telling military members they can disobey Trump admin orders. Once you say to the military, you get to decide, as opposed to Yes, sir, no, sir, follow orders. It's a dangerous area. I didn't look into that, but I heard that recently some Democrats were urging military members to not obey illegal orders, at least. So if Trump orders people to do something unconstitutional, then I guess that would be an illegal order. And the Democrats were urging military to obey those illegal orders. That's what I heard. Uh, but that part is not included here. It doesn't say disobey Trump's admin's illegal orders, just orders. But that's an important difference if all they actually said was obey his illegal orders or unconstitutional orders. Maybe I should look that up now in a different window. All right, here's a headline from Reuters that says Trump says seditious Democrats urging U.S. troops to refuse illegal orders should face death. I didn't see the original video from the Democrats. I would like to see that, um, or at least the transcript of that. Well, in this, CNN says half a dozen members of Congress who previously served in the military or intelligence community are urging service members and intelligence officials to disobey illegal orders that might be issued by Trump's administration. In a video posted on X, lawmakers said the threats to our Constitution are coming right from here at home and repeatedly urged the military and intelligence community to refuse illegal orders, and that's in quotes. This is what I was just reading from CNN. Illegal orders. And then again here. And then here it's in quotes. So is that really a bad thing if they're just urging military members to refuse illegal orders? All right. So maybe that's enough of a basis for me to ask a question here on X. What is this guy about? from the Daily Caller. I think that's a right-wing news outlet, I'm guessing, based on, they say, watch Charlie Kirk. And given that they are saying what they say in this tweet, I wonder, does anyone else make this point about illegal? I'll just scroll through a few of these. I don't see it yet. That's just an advertisement. This person is sort of making the point I'm making. There's no decision to it. If the order goes against laws, you don't participate. It's that simple. Here's something about they need classes, then they need classes to be given to the military on what exactly constitutes a legal order. I think the word should be differentiates or distinguishes a legal order from a illegal one. But he doesn't say anything about that in his initial post. Maybe I'll quote that. Or did the Dems? Did the Dems tell military members to disobey any orders or just illegal ones? If the latter, is that a bad thing? All right, I think that's good enough for now. Let me check my replies, see if I've gotten any more, or my views. Before there were just like one or two, but we'll see how many there are now. This is 0 because I just did it. 2, 6. This one's up to 6 now. This one's up to 13. 6, 5. And I think this was, no, that's not the first one. 2, 3. This was the first one I did. Oh, this is, no, it's not the first one. 1, 1, 10. Okay, so there's been a little growth, but nothing dramatic. Anyone out there in the chat lands want to say anything? Raise a new topic. Call in. It gives my voice a rest when I do this Twitter replying because there's a lot of downtime where I'm just thinking of what to say and I don't have to talk. And if I'm typing on screen, that's sort of a substitute for me having to say something. So maybe it's a good activity to be doing now, or at least when my voice is tired. But I could talk. I mean, it's like I could do a call. I'm not saying I don't want to talk anymore. I'm just saying it helps preserve my voice for longer when I do an activity like this. I'll probably need to stop in about 2 hours. I don't mean I'm necessarily going to go for that long, but I'll probably need to get dinner in a couple hours or so. So maybe that'll be the outer limit for today. All right, I'm going to look for another thing I could do is watch a YouTube video and then do a live reaction to it. Maybe I should find a short one, something I know I'm going to have something to say about. I'll try that. I'm going to I'll watch some YouTube shorts. How do I search just for shorts? And also, if there's any videos that you would like me to react to, you can send me a link. I guess you can't do that in the chat. You could email me a link, though. I can put my email in the chat. And then you can email me a link to a video, which I can watch and react to. Maybe. I'll have to watch the video first. And if it's short, it's more likely I can do that. theselfishnessproject@gmail.com. I just put that in the chat. Jason says he's back from Arby's. What are you planning for dinner? I don't know yet. I'll probably have some salad and chicken because I know I have some of that in the fridge. Um, I often eat cereal at any time of day. Got some yogurt. So those are some of the things I might have. Oh yeah, I was going to look for a short. If I find a good one, then I can play the sound as well. Oh, Radical Capitalists is here. I see you just entered the waiting room. Okay. Then I'm going to take his call instead of look for a short. Okay. Admit. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Um, I was calling in to ask you a question. I don't know, maybe you haven't thought about this one a whole bunch, but I find it pretty interesting. Are you familiar with like Grand Priest by chance? Like paraconsistent logic, non-classical logic, stuff like that?
No, I've heard of Graham Priest and I know he did some work in logic, but I know basically nothing about him off the top of my head. It's been years since I've read anything about him.
Okay, so basically, the view that they espouse, dialetheism, is essentially got all of its, I don't know, argumentative weight, um, maybe reasons for adoption, and like these semantic paradoxes, right? Like, have you heard of like the liar's paradox before, things like that?
Hmm.
Yeah. So with, I'm trying to see how I want to formulate this. With regard to something like the liar's paradox, it does seem like in terms of a, I don't know, a semantic breakdown that there would be a contradiction there, but I mean specifically the view is a little bit, stronger than that, right? True contradictions exist, not just like a contradiction, because I think that somebody, even the
How about saying
objectivist
what it
view.
is for the audience in case anyone doesn't know what the liar's paradox is? Could you set it out for them?
Yeah, it's like the propositional statement, like I am lying. There are other ones that are expressed out by like writing a sentence and then saying like this sentence is false, like that like the entire sentence, or it has a cyclical variant, like the next sentence is false, like the first sentence is true, or something like that. I might have butchered the last one, but there are really just two variants of it, right? Self-referential and cyclical, and then of course like the liar's paradox. So. Obviously, I find logic to be really interesting. I've had a lot of discussions with people who, um, hold to these like kind of dialetheist ideas or are more sympathetic to like pair-consistent non-classical logics, right? And the big hurdle that I find is I think I don't know if I have to go this far in trying to enter or trying to engage in like some explanatory power, but it seems like that if you're a classical logician or somebody like sympathetic to Aristotelian ideas, that you need some kind of like propositional theory of meaning or some kind of a reference to where these statements are just going to be like non-propositional, kind of in the way that non-cognitivists do in metaethics, where they say like, all moral statements, right, are non-propositional. Um, because it seems like, and I've had this conversation with people much smarter than me before. I feel like there's maybe a gap in my understanding. So the way that I think about it, and please correct me if I go off the track in my thinking, is words, right? Semantics, concepts, right? They, at least under the objectivist view, they correspond to reality. There's something like the reason we have table, for example, we've observed tables, we've abstracted them, omitted their measurements, we formulated this concept in kind of an empiricist manner. So it seems like that the content of cognition, even a stronger claim than just language of cognition entirely, is going to be based on sensory data, right? So like what's out there, what's external to you. And no dialetheist that I've talked to, I don't think it's the view that Priest espouses or any of the other contemporaries. They think that the law of identity or like the law of non-contradiction, for example, is true of like entities. So like in the Aristotelian term, like entity qua entity, the things that exist apart from you. But like I said, the semantic argument of like, hey, look, even if a baseball, for example, isn't all green and all red at the same time and in the same respect, there's clearly something different with these liar's paradoxes, self-referential or cyclical statements where they seem to imply some semantic contradiction. So with the stage set of this kind of empiricist understanding, it seems like if our cognition is entirely based on non-contradictory entities, right? It seems that it would follow, maybe in some loose sense, that our semantics or thoughts would as well.
Oh,
Now,
hold on a second.
yeah.
My AirPod just died. I need to switch over to my other AirPod so I can hear you. Just a moment. All right, I think I can hear you again now. If you,
Okay, sweet.
yeah, I got you back.
Okay. So it seems like every single thing that could conceivably be an item of cognition, in the sense that it was once external and excluding concepts because you had to get the material through sense data, right? Like the quote from Aristotle, like nothing was in the senses that was not, or nothing was in the intellect that was not first in the senses. It seems that there's a disconnect that I think the dialetheists, and I think there's a few ways to respond, but I don't know if any of these are very good. It seems like they've actually identified something very crucial, and it seems like the manipulation of language doesn't follow or isn't compatible in the same way that our information that we gather from reality is. Like, because I said even no dialetheist thinks that there are entities outside of us that have like contradictory natures. It really is only expressed in these semantic paradoxes. So it seems like one of a few things here would be the case here, right? Like non-objective, just like a bad system of language. Like the English syntax doesn't can't differentiate or something like that, so we can seemingly create these contradictions. Because if you understand and you take it a step further, what like the liar's paradox is saying, right? We've got the subject predicate propositional structure, so it can't be ruled out offhand very easily as non-propositional, it seems like to me. And so I've been reading some contemporary analytic like neo-Aristotelians trying to get like a better grasp on ontology and specific classifications of like entities and things like that. And it seems more apparent to me that if you take a corresponding proposition P that takes a subject predicate form, right, that not every single proposition P is going to correspond to some property like P1 of the entity of which you're trying to discern, via that subject predicate structure. Like, Russell's paradox attempted to show
All
stuff
right.
like this.
Can you hold on a second?
Yeah.
So let's try to slow this down a bit because there's a lot of very dense terminology which I'm not in the loop on. I mean, I've heard a lot of this, but certainly I would imagine many people in the audience are not going to understand a lot of this. So what I just did is I Googled dialetheism to get a statement of what that is, and I want to share that on the screen because I think that might help people follow along and help me as well because it's been a while since I've thought about this sort of topic. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just did a Google on dialetheism, and I'll read this AI overview. So it says dialetheism is the philosophical view that some contradictions are true, meaning that a statement and its negation can both be true at the same time. This directly opposes the law of non-contradiction, a principle of classical logic that has been orthodox since Aristotle. Dialetheism is often motivated by paradoxes, such as the liar paradox, which says this sentence is false. So if you say, what should we say about the truth value of, is it true or false that this sentence is false? Well, if you say it's true, then since what the sentence says is that the sentence is false, then it's both true and false. So there's a contradiction there. If you say it's false, then it means it's false that this sentence is false, which means it's true that this sentence is false. But how can it be true? How can the sentence be true if the sentence is false? So whatever truth value whichever way you look at it, there's a contradiction. So that's the liar paradox, or at least my hand wavy um, first stab at explaining what this liar paradox is. And I guess the basic gist of what you're calling in about is like how should you think of these sorts of cases? Is that basically what you're
Yeah.
calling about?
So I've got three preliminary responses. I can like
Sure.
shorten them and give them to you and see if you think they're like good responses. So the first one is going to be again that understanding of like the way we get knowledge of entities like external to us. None of them are contradictory. Not even dialetheism thinks that. So then there must be, or at least it's plausible that there's some our language has gone wrong in some sense to where we can create these sentences where or propositions that seemingly have contradictions. Response two is if correspondence theory is true, then dialetheism is false, right? And correspondence theory is true. I think it's just modus ponens right at that point. Uh so because if we understand correspondence to take it to mean like truth makers would be something like states of affairs or facts, then there wouldn't be anything that would seemingly make contradictions true. If that makes sense. Like I couldn't point to a fact, right? Because a fact is what it is and isn't what it isn't. So it doesn't seem at that point, if you adhere to a correspondence theory, that it could be true. And then finally, the last one is I feel like almost going to be piggybacked off it, but it's that so what we're doing in that like subject predicate like sentence or prepositional structure is we're like trying to denote some properties that the entity in question has. And it doesn't seem like in the same way that we can't have an entity which is, all red and all blue at the same time and in the same respect, it doesn't seem like you could have um a like a property or a mode or some kind of instantiation of any sort of entity or particular that would result in a contradiction. I don't really know where to all my examples or responses try to really get at why there might be an error, but it at least doesn't seem in the strong sense that it questions maybe the metaphysical status of the law of identity, but questions it um as far as like epistemic dealings are concerned with, or like, a lot of people conceive of logic to be like interdisciplinary. Um and it seems like a pretty pressing issue given, how prevalent Grand Priest is, how many people are, paraconsistent or non-classical logicians or something like that at this point. But I kind of wanted your thoughts because those are probably some of my best responses, at least that I've thought of.
Okay. Now, a lot of that I did not follow. It's very jargon heavy, and I'm not working closely in this field. Certainly, I haven't recently worked in it, so it's a bit hard for me to follow. But one, I do have some thoughts on it. So maybe I should pull up my notes page to so that might make it easier for people watching to follow along. Just a moment. Okay, here's my. All right, now you should be able to see it. Okay, so just a little more background for everyone. Um, so you might think that there are two possible truth values. Oh, whoops, I switched to a different screen. Hold on, let me see something else. Okay, that's fine. This is the one I want. Any sentence you can think of, it's either true or false. Like Dan is over 7 feet tall. That's either true or it's false. Today is Sunday. That's either true or it's false. Every sentence or every proposition is either true or false, you might think. But then here's a case. Um, this sentence is true. Actually, I'll put that here. That's the liar's paradox. Or this sentence is a lie. Um, you could, I guess there are different versions of it. What should we say about this? If it's a lie, does that make it not a lie? Because if it's not a lie, it's if it's true that it's not a lie, then I'm getting myself confused. But anyways, I think I explained it well enough before when I was going through it the first time around. You have sentences like this where the question is raised, is it true or false? And in classical logical systems, going back to Aristotle, um, it's the case that all sentences or propositions are either true or false, but then some people have noticed there are these problematic, paradoxical sort of sentences, and it's not clear what to say about them. So, does this show that there's some problem with classical or Aristotelian logic? There's some sentences that just can't handle. So, do we need to come up with some other sort of logic, which has been called dialetheist logic, or maybe paraconsistent logic? That was another term from the AI overview. Um, so I know Harry Binswanger has addressed these sorts of cases in his book, How We Know. Have you read that one?
I've read many parts of it. I'm slowly in the process of reading it, but I did
Okay.
not know he covered that.
Yeah, he does cover this, and he identifies what he calls the fallacy of self-exclusion or self-reference, pure self-reference. I think he calls it something like the fallacy of pure self-reference. And I think he says that sentences like this commit this fallacy. A sentence cannot be entirely talking about itself. It has to be talking about something independent of itself for it to be a meaningful statement. And I think his claim is that sentences like the liar's paradox run afoul of that requirements of sentences. And by the way, I don't know how far this goes back, like if the liar paradox came up in the ancient world, but I know I think in the 20th century, philosophers maybe like Bertrand Russell discussed this sort of case, and I guess Graham Priest was another, but I don't know how ancient it is. In any case, um, maybe it will just occur to me, maybe another sort of example, not exactly parallel, but if someone says like there are no absolutes, you can ask, well, is that an absolute? Or everything is relative. Well, is that relative? There are certain statements which, just by their nature, are kind of self-refuting, but I guess self-refuting isn't exactly the same as empty. And I think Harry Benswanger's criticism of these sorts of statements is that they're empty or they don't have meaning if they're purely what he calls purely self-referential. So, for more of a discussion of this, I would refer you to his discussion in his book. That maybe that's the best I can do off the top of my head. Now, you mentioned like three sorts of replies that you might make, but I wasn't able to process them. Maybe if I heard them more or again, I would be able to say more about them. But I did at least want to mention Harry because I know he actually talks about this. But I'll just pause there for now.
Yeah, it seems like this is a pretty important thing to get a handle on, especially with the the waning of I mean overall Aristotelian ideas, right? But especially classical logic has not fared too well over the last few decades. Or I mean, I don't really conceive of objectivism um too strictly be a classical logic because of something like the principle of explosion. I would say like it's an ontological variant of classical logic, meaning that it like makes metaphysical commitments, particularly like Rand's metaphysical axioms, right? Because are you familiar with like the principle of explosion?
I have heard of that, but I forget what it means. I don't know if I ever fully understood it, but you can explain it again now.
So it's essentially like picking on this rule of inference called like disjunctive introduction. And so like take the proposition I am on the Dan Norton show. It's true that I'm on the Dan Norton show, right? And then so we can infer, right, via the use of the connector or the connective or, that I'm on the Dan Norton show, or the moon is made of cheese, or, and then we can just substitute that for like a seemingly endless amount of
Hmm.
different true and or false things. So, essentially and they have a proof for this. I probably don't want to give the proof or something like this, but it's from a contradiction anything follows. So if you and this is part of like the more broad dialetheist argument and the paraconsistent logic. Um let me pull up a really simple um uh these are all going to be pretty okay, so basically you'll have to maybe just take my word on this before I could find a really simple one. But essentially what it's trying to show is if that you plug in a contradiction into classical logic, you can prove literally anything. And again, the principle
Hmm.
of explosion is like a pretty well-known thing. Um, so I was just, going to mention that that's a pretty big and like another reason why something like that has been abandoned. But like the solution that I think objectivism would have for something like this, right, to refer back in kind of an ontological sense to these axioms to where you can't even plug in a contradiction as a proper premise, or like some kind of reasoning like, oh yeah, if you started with a contradiction, then it does seem like anything can follow at that point. Um, you've you've abandoned logic, but the point of that in particular is that it's supposed to show that classical logic again um, doesn't really hold up under some modern scrutiny.
Okay. So some thoughts on that.
Oh,
I
actually,
believe. Oh, go ahead.
I've got the proof for it. I've got a simple one that like I wrote down from a video a long time ago. So if you want to like write it down, it's not going to be super long. Premise one is P and not P. So, any contradiction essentially. Um, Premise two is going to be P. And we get that from simplification of line one because and means both part of or both conjuncts are true. And then so line three is going to be P or Q, right? And that's going to be that disjunctive introduction because P is true. And then line four is going to be not P. And we get that the same way we got P on line two from simplification, right? Because and means that both of those things are true. And then line five is just going to be conclusion Q, meaning that anything follows, right? So
Hmm.
that's going to be a symbolic proof, and I've said the inference rules along with it. Um, but I don't know if you can see exactly how. I don't know if it jumps out to you immediately, but like so, Graham Priest, for example, would pick on the example in line three, in paraconsistent logic, and say that disjunctive addition or introduction is not like a valid rule of inference, and it's ultimately just going to be more ammunition for like the non-classical logics and stuff like that. Because as you see, we derived from a contradiction, we got Q, and then we derived Q. Q could be anything. So like we start with like I am 8 feet tall and I am not 8 feet tall, and then Q could be like I play for the New York Knicks. And then we've
Hmm.
proved in the logic sense that I play for the New York Knicks, but you look up a roster, you're not going to find me on there, right? Um,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Okay. So some thoughts on all of this. One is objectivism is pretty negative and dismissive of modern logic, modern symbolic logic, which follows Bertrand Russell in his Principia Mathematica. Um, and maybe there are forerunners of that, like Frege. Um, I, but if you have you heard Leonard Peikoff's History of Philosophy course?
Yeah, I've gotten through parts of it, but I have not gotten through the full thing.
Okay, well, if you get up to his lectures on the 20th century, actually, I don't know if those are available for free on the Ayn Rand Institute campus website because last I recall, they only went through Kant.
Yeah, I've heard there
But
were 50 free on YouTube and then 50 more that you could pay for, but I didn't know
oh,
where you could actually get those at. That's just that could be
okay.
wrong though, but
I don't know where they're available now. I got the when they were available on cassettes decades ago. Um, so hopefully they're available some way. But anyways, if you can somehow get a hold of his full course, which goes through the 20th century, or at least up to mid 20th century, because he was giving these courses in the like 70s, um, he discusses modern logic at least a little bit, maybe in the Q&A, and he's quite dismissive of the whole approach. And I don't know that I can do justice to conveying his point of view, but I think there's a lot wrong with it from Peikoff's point of view, and I would think Rand's point of view as well. She might make some comments about this in ITOE, just maybe just passing remarks. But maybe they would say these are just a bunch of pseudo problems, and it's much ado about nothing. And if you really understand logic in the right Aristotelian sort of way, um, none of this would be an issue. And I can't really make that case myself, but I would guess that they would say something kind of dismissive along these lines. And maybe if you hear what they have to say, it'll be more persuasive than I can make that. But I would definitely just check out what they have to say. As for, I don't know if there are other objectivists who are more in the weeds on this kind of stuff and have actually engaged with modern logic in a very deep, extended way. Um, but anyways, I was wondering as you were setting out this five line argument here, which I have on the screen, if maybe it's a sign of the too formalistic approach that you would try to infer anything from P and not P. Like maybe you just stop at that point. If you're just if you recognize that that's a contradiction, then you just go no further, and there's no point in trying to say, oh, well, how do we stop someone from inferring Q, just some arbitrary random statement? Well, you don't have to. You just stop it after stage one. And at least to me right now, I don't see that this is, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what your goal is here, but um, I'm wondering if at least part of the goal here is to stop people from being able to infer using logic just some arbitrary statement. Maybe I would say, well, just think about what premise one means there. If you've got a contradiction, then that just it wipes itself out. You can't ever have P and not P, like I am 8 feet tall and I am not 8 feet tall. So you just stop there and you can't infer anything from a contradiction.
So I guess
Yeah, go ahead.
two things in response to that. So yeah, I think that you're along the right track, assuming that my answer would be the standard for right at least. Where if we understand that objectivism grounds Aristotelian logic and like metaphysics and ontology, right, with the three axioms that she lays out, one of which being identity, which is a corollary of non-contradiction, then under a system like that for ours, right, we could keep the Aristotelian logic, but we would not allow the hypothesis, right, which is going to be line one, because I think in a symbolic sense, um, if we're detaching it from an like a robust ontological basis, it seems like there's nothing wrong with at least depending on which system of inferences you subscribe to or think is correct, because getting like P or not P from and like the operator and, because for something to be in and part of the, I guess, rule for that particular connective, right, is that both conjuncts are true. So that would be kind of I think where maybe the proper response would go. But it seems to me that if classical logic doesn't have some more like robust like metaphysical or like ontological basis of which kind of grounds it, then it seems like the principle of contradiction and maybe even stuff like the liar's paradox without that. So basically, my third response was kind of in the vein of like when you separate the like something like logic from ontology or metaphysics, that because it's not a robust conception anymore. It's kind of like a detached thing, that it opens itself up to a lot more problems, and that's something that I think specifically that objectivism fixes, or at least has a claim to have fixed, by grounding it in in a metaphysical axiom, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that seems right to me. So just for anyone listening, I'll just emphasize a point that I think Radical Capitalist has already said, which is that for objectivism, logic is attached to the world, it's not just this free-floating manipulation of symbols apart from concrete reality. Um, so the Aristotelian approach is to see uh, axioms of or the laws of logic as being true of the world. So, like the ax or the law of non-contradiction, a thing cannot both be A and non-A at the same time and in the same respect. That is true of things in the world, like this microphone that I'm talking into. It cannot both be black and not black at the same time and in the same respect. So this is a truth about the world, not just about how we are allowed or not allowed to manipulate symbols according to some arbitrary rules of a game that we set up. But for modern logicians, I think logic does have this more detached from the world character to it. And it is more just symbol manipulation. And when you detach it, then I do think that opens up all kinds of doors to problems and paradox and blind alleys. I'm not sure how to characterize it, but a lot of problems which I think wouldn't really be raised in the first place. They would be like problems that pseudo problems, problems that don't need to be solved if they wouldn't arise in the first place if you had a view of logic that was tied to reality as it is for Aristotle and objectivism. So I'm just reiterating, emphasizing a point I think you already made.
Yeah, I guess one other thing to say about it is if anybody else does become interested in, I know it's kind of a maybe an esoteric out there topic, but if anybody else does become interested in this, there is a sense in which logicians, especially more in the field of mathematics, when they're talking about logic, they use the same term of axiom, but what they mean is like a fundamental assumption, like, hey, our system, you can input whatever you'd like following these axioms and these rules of inferences, but these are going to be fundamental assumptions of our system. And it seems like Rand, although she takes a very similar idea of this is a fundamental assumption of my system, where the contemporary logician or someone interested in math, right? They've set up their system in such a way with this axiom in mind to where it only works with this axiom, right? It's something, it's a self-contained necessity. The axiom is there for the system to work. Whereas Rand's, the question would be like, well, why is the axiom of non-contradiction there? Or like, well, identity and a correlate of contradiction. And it's because of metaphysics, right? It's a deeper, it's not necessity for the sake of like, hey, my system works just fine if you assume these few things. Now, I don't have a justification for them, but they make this system work. So there is a really big difference, and maybe somebody could get confused about the terminology of axiom, and I just wanted to point that out.
Hmm. Yeah, that is an important difference. And you're reminding me of things that I've studied several years ago that the modern logicians, they often do treat axioms in an arbitrary kind of way, kind of like the rules of a game. Like you make up the rules for the game of chess, or whoever invented chess. He invented the rules of chess. Like you can only move a rook in a straight or sideways direction. It can't move diagonally. And given the rules that you've set up for the game, only certain combinations of moves are possible. But it's entirely arbitrary what rules you come up to, what the rules you lay out at the beginning of the game. And likewise with axioms for modern logicians, they're just arbitrary rules that we decide. And then given these arbitrary rules, certain things follow from them. But for Rand's, axioms are not arbitrary. They're truths about the world, and they're self-evidently true. They're not just arbitrary stipulations. Like if she says things are what they are, she didn't just arbitrarily assert that. That's a statement about the way reality in fact is. And likewise with the law of excluded middle, things must be either A or non-A. That's the truth about the world. You're either in Ohio or you're not in Ohio. Um, that's not an arbitrary stipulation. That's the way reality in fact is. You can't be in both states, both in Ohio and not in Ohio at the same time. So again, just elaborating, emphasizing a point that radical capitalists already made. So what else? Where are we now in the discussion? Was there anything else you wanted to go over?
It seems like to me in a more simplified way at with the preceding discussion having said all this, basically in a very simplified version of like what I think is wrong with the liar's paradox, for example, or to kind of go back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier with that. It seems like the only reason that something like the liar's paradox presents as a paradox is because we're stuck in semantics. So like if we understand like in the Aristotelian notion of like categories, right, or like entities, it seems like when we're trying to describe an entity, like you see an apple in front of you, it seems like when the apple's like red, right, we'd say, oh, that thing is red. It has the property of being red. And it seems like that's what we're trying to do in a pretty broad sense with like propositions or sentences. So it seems like for the liar's paradox, like I am lying or this statement is false, any single entity of which we could be talking about, entity just broadly means thing. You can think about it like that, I guess, um, isn't able to actually have contradictory properties in reality. Like there is no object we could observe, or even in the sciences, no object we could infer that would have a contradiction. Because if I was a physicist and I was inferring something that I couldn't see or couldn't get from empirical data, and I thought about the entity that I had inferred or my new scientific theory, and it was contradictory, it seems like that would be reason to abandon it, right? Or check my, series of inferences. So there's a fundamental detach between making this kind of semantic contradiction, which is what the dialetheists are saying, and then there actually being a contradiction in an entity, right? Because I think that you can have like contradicting thoughts, like I am pro-life and I am pro-choice. Like I can think both of those things, right? But there can't be any entity which is actually contradictory. Or I mean contradictions pop up in a bunch of, other ways. We have there are objectivist courses about like thinking clearly and stuff. So it seems like there's some credence to getting your thoughts in order and making sure they're not contradictory. But it seems like if we look external to us, where all of our information and cognition is based on essentially, that there could be no contradictions feasibly in there. So it's like again just a disconnect that I think is really interesting that the dialetheist claim is not that contradictions exist out there, but they just exist in these language games that we play essentially, which, one of my objections was that language maybe isn't objective or isn't able to sufficiently capture the way things actually are.
Okay. I just wrote on my notes here, logic is the art of I didn't write it correct. Non-contradictory identification. That's how Ayn Rand identifies logic. So what you say is right. In our beliefs, we can hold contradictory beliefs. Maybe we don't realize it. Like maybe um, the conservatives, they think capitalism is good, but they also think that altruism is good, and they might not recognize there's a contradiction there. And but that doesn't mean that in reality, apart from their views about capitalism, that capitalism can be both pro-individual and anti-individual. It's just that some people they have contradictory beliefs about the world. And you were saying, or maybe you were saying, you can tell me if I got it wrong, that the dialetheists, they recognize this, like they don't think the world itself is necessarily uh,
Correct. Yeah,
contradictory, but
they
they
don't think
think
any
our
exist apart from like us, like our language and whatnot.
okay, so it's just our language or our thoughts that might be contradictory. Okay. I guess then maybe they try to accommodate that in a way that objectivism wouldn't. Like they create some new logical structure in order to deal with these cases like the liar's paradox. But I think that's a different the liar's paradox, I think, is a different sort of case than the case of the conservative who is pro-capitalism and also pro-altruism, at least to some extent, because that's there are meaningful claims being made there in the case of the conservative, whereas in the case of the liar's paradox, I'm doubtful there's actually a meaningful claim being made. Like with the conservative, I think it's true that his statements are either true or false. Um, whereas I don't think that's the case with a sentence like this sentence is false.
Maybe you could write down one other one because there's like
Okay.
another, and I think this one's maybe like harder to deal with, but like cyclical sentences, like for instance, if you write the statement after this is false, and then you put a period, and then you write the statement before this is true or something. I don't know if that's exactly the right formulation. I might have just given a nothing burger, but there are sentences, and again, they're like cyclical in the way that they reference each other where they try to also show that there's like a contradiction. Uh, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. I think that maybe this is just a variation on the same sort of thing where
Yeah.
there's not there's still a fallacy of pure self-reference. Uh, at least maybe that's the kind of criticism Harry Benswanger would make of this series of statements. It still seems to be a different sort of case than the case of the conservative. Um, I wish I had
I agree
an
with you.
additional.
I definitely agree with your example. Like the conservative is trying to posit like something meaningful about the world or about thoughts, right? But this is again different. All of these statements that they can identify, and by they I mean the dialetheist, are all in this exact same style where they start out with something like this statement and then is false, or like the statement marked with a plus is false, and then they, mark it with a plus, right? They literally all follow almost this exact same format. These are the only ones that we've been able to identify. So it seems like there's something special about these, and then maybe contradictions that somebody could hold, like, oh, I hate altruism, but a little bit of taxation is fine, or something like, something else to that effect.
Okay. All right. I don't know that I have much more to add. I guess just to kind of sum up my general thought or feeling about all these sorts of cases is I'm guessing they're just premised on a wrong view of logic, a view of logic that is detached from the world, and that if you have a proper view of logic, one that is attached to the world, then none of these issues are going to come up. They're not relevant. They're just kind of messes you get yourself into, silly little blind alleys you find yourself in once you have detached logic from facts. So I don't know if that's too harsh or, but anyways, that's just kind of the general feeling I have about all this. And I don't have any further thoughts at the moment, but if you've got more, if you want to go into this some more, feel free.
No, not really. I think I might have botched the last example. I think I don't know for sure. These are super. I always get confused, like thinking about, the exact structure these things take. I think they're a little like kind of riddly or tricky. Um, but just, yeah, I just wanted to add that like last variety of cyclical, propositions or sentences. But no, that's all I've got for today. Just some issues that I've been thinking about.
Okay. And you said you're a philosophy major right now, right?
Yep.
Okay. And I think you also said before you're planning to go to graduate school in
Yeah,
philosophy.
yeah, I want to go to graduate school, and eventually I want to work at the ARI. So hopefully I'll be the person answering these questions in, 5, 10 years or whatever. Um,
Okay. Yeah. Definitely recommend Harry's book, which you said you already have, but maybe that particular section would be of interest given this topic. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me, Dan. Have a nice day or a nice evening, I guess.
Thanks. You too. All right. Glad to have another call. Help save my voice. My throat would probably be in pain if I didn't have a couple calls. Let me come back to the chat, see if there's anything new there. Doesn't look like it. I guess whoever is still here has just been listening. That's fine. Okay. Well, I think this is a good time to end the stream for today. So I will say thanks to everyone for being here. Thanks for listening, participating in the chat, and thanks for my callers for calling in. I guess I'll stream again in about 5 days. That's my normal pattern. And maybe I'll announce it the day before, but as with today's stream, I might adjust at the last minute or the last hour when exactly I go live. Some people say they like to get a notice a day in advance, and I can do that, but the problem is I might have to make a last minute adjustment. Um, or maybe I don't get enough sleep, and then I wake up and I decide I want to change the start time so that I have time to take a nap. Um, oh, Robert just showed up. He says good night. That's his first chat of the stream. Thanks, Robert. Good night to you as well. I was just wrapping things up. Oh, I mentioned you earlier in the stream as a source of a potential topic, unconditional love, because I remember you mentioned that in a previous stream. We were talking about marriage, and I think children and families came up, and you said something about how I guess telling it would be appropriate to tell a child that they have your unconditional love if you're the parent, whereas you might think in other contexts, unconditional love is not appropriate. So I thought that might be a topic that we could discuss, but we can do that another day when you're here earlier in the stream. If you're interested, we can get into that. Or I would just be interested to hear what you have to say on it. I don't know that I have much to say, but I'd at least want to hear your thoughts. And okay, so I'm going to wrap up today's stream and probably in another 5 days, exactly what time. You'll just have to check on that day to confirm. Maybe I'll update the title and or description as the showtime draws closer, but I can at least give a tentative start time when I first publish the watch page, perhaps the night before. And thanks also to the new subscribers I got today. I definitely appreciate that. Let me see if there's been any change real quick on that before I leave. Okay. No, it's still where it was last time I checked it. All right. So good night, everyone, and I will see you in another stream. Bye-bye.